Good evening, everybody. You ready for something a little new? What's up, everybody? Welcome to Tuesday night's JARcast episode 10. Welcome. I got a whole lot of stuff to talk about this week. This week on the show, we're going to be looking at the cancellation of a follow-up to an awesome movie that really breaks my heart. A big movie wraps and a big movie starts. Another franchise is retconning its sequels. Your childhood gets an R rating, and Japan is attempting to slay the U.S. box office. Plus, we got a few other things to look at and a quick little review that I'm going to try out for the next couple of weeks, right here on the JARcast. What's up, everybody? How you doing? I got a new background. I've been working on this the past couple of days. Actually, I just worked on it for a day. Don't let me lie. I make it sound like I did a lot more work than I really did. Ooh, I forgot something. So yeah, as per usual, I've got a different setup now. I think I'm going to settle with this one though, so I don't feel so out of sorts every time I get on here. I see a couple of you is here. Where's there we are. Everything looks to be going smooth. You guys let me know if it's not. Hope you guys like the new look. I got a lot of things to talk about tonight. I usually try and keep it down to about 8 stories, but yeah, I ended up going with 9. I was gonna probably cut one, but then today a whole lot of other shit happened. So I had to work some other ones in, and I ended up with 10 whole stories. So I'm not doing a trailer review like I usually do. We're going to look at a trailer. It's a real short trailer. I might talk about it, but it's really a trailer of a movie that I'm reviewing. I've already shot that hopefully will be coming out tomorrow morning. But it'll definitely be coming out this week. But we're going to look at that, and I'm also going to do later on in the show a review of episode 1 of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I've never done reviews of like TV shows or anything, but I thought, fuck it, why not? Let's try. And I figured it starts. I'll go ahead and do it. It's only been like 6 episodes, I think, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. They're like 45 minutes to an hour each. I'll watch it each week. I'll do a review on here, see if it does anything. Who knows? Maybe this will be a new horizon for my channel. I don't know. We'll see. But, I am lost. Where are my people at? Okay, that's all right. Oh, all right. There's a few of you in here, so we're going to go ahead and get started once I look here and see who all is here and talking and say hi. Heavenly is here. Been here since the start. What's up, Heavenly? Greg's here. Short and Sweet is here. What's up, Short? Am I missing anybody? There's clearly some other people here, but you guys are the ones doing all the talking. Ethan Gregory? Ethan Gregory? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm terrible with fucking names, man. I'm sorry, but Ethan is here. What's up, Ethan? I'm going to go with Gregory. Gregory? How about Gregory? That sounds better. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Hell Knight. What's up, Hell Knight? Hoopa Loopa. Hi, Hoopa Loopa. How are you? Welcome. And I guess that's where it's pronounced the same. The same as what? Gregory? I said like 3 or 4 different things, man. I don't know. Well, okay. Let's see. All right. Oh, yeah, I meant to do this. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just, instead of waiting, because a few of you are already in here, we'll go ahead and kick things off. How are you guys doing? You having a good week? Of course, those of you that are new here to the JARcast, all this stuff here where I'm talking to you guys and just bullshitting and doing little things like that, all that will be cut out for the version that gets blasted out onto YouTube in a day or two for the actual podcast and the edited down version, as well as the audio version that's on all audio platforms. This is the live taping. where you get to see how unprofessional my fucking ass is. If you couldn't tell from my channel already. But yeah, as Greg said right here, welcome everyone. Like I said, I got quite a few things to talk about. I got a couple of big stories, but some small little ones too. One of them's a follow-up. Hey, let's do this shit. Let's restart that. Get everything ready real quick, and then we will jump right into this first story and run through a few, and then we'll talk. Tomorrow night, by the way, those of you that usually tune in on Retro Wednesday for my video game live stream, and those of you that are here that don't, come hang out. I'm going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's VR Most Wanted. Not Most Wanted. Help Wanted. We tried that a few months ago with my old computer, and it wasn't doing it. It said, nope, fuck you, can't do that. My old computer could run VR, but run VR and stream, it was like, nah, too much, dude. But my new computer should be able to do it without a problem. When I tested the stream, it worked fine. Okie dokie. I've not tried this. Let's. All my stuff's in different places. I thought this would be better. It will be once I get used to it. Okay. All right, let's get this bad mamma jamma started. What? Okay. My notes are all over the place. Anywho, let's do this. Forgot where I was going to start. I got quite a few stories to talk about this week, some big, some small, and one a follow-up, but quite a few more than usual. So let's go ahead and jump into the first story of the night, which is a follow-up to a story that I talked about last week. This is just a quick little one that I wanted to talk about real quick because it is near and dear to my heart, and that is the king is back, as it was last week, but Avatar is king of the world again, probably forever now. According to the news, James Cameron's Avatar once again led the China box office this weekend with sales of $14 million over just a three-day period. The 2009 film has held its own at the top title every day since its March 12th re-release in China. It has grossed a total of $44 million so far, 10 days into its rerun. Now that's $44 million during a pandemic in one single country in, what is this, like, that movie, the 12 years later? So, yeah. And also, just, we're going to touch on it down here in a minute, but this movie, it was beaten, as I reported last week, it was beaten by Endgame last year before last, in 2019. But Endgame only beat it because they re-released Endgame, and they only beat it out by, like, it was a very small amount. It was only like a couple of $1 million. It was an extremely small amount of money. They just barely eked by. So when they re-released Avatar here 10 days ago, it within like one day reclaimed its throne, if you will. Going on, James Cameron said, "We are proud to reach this great milestone." Oh, I'm sorry, this isn't James Cameron. This is somebody else. "We are proud to reach this great milestone, but Jim and I are most thrilled that our film is back in theaters during these unprecedented times, and we want to thank our Chinese fans for their support." Avatar producer John Landau said last week as the film pushed past Marvel's Avengers Endgame. In related news, Raya and the Last Dragon has grossed a total of $17.4 million since its March 5th theatrical debut in China. That's interesting. Where Disney Plus does not even operate nor do they have future to do so. Maoyan currently predicts, I guess that's kind of like the Nielsen's over there, or not Nielsen's, I guess they do like the box office reports over there, but Maoyan currently predicts that the Southeast Asia inspired animation may earn only $1 million more over the rest of its run. That's really interesting because Raya and the Last Dragon, while I haven't seen it, I know what it is, and it's very. That movie seems like they were really focusing on that territory. It's a very China. It's very Asian themed. I don't know every single thing about it. I don't know if it's China or Japan or whatever, but it's very Asian themed, and it's only made in March 5th. What are we at? We're sitting here at the 23rd now, so it's right about 18 days. And it's only made 17.4. They're only saying it's going to make about another million. Let's just cap it off and say 20 million. Avatar in 10 days, and it's still going hot, is at 44 million. So I don't know if another movie's ever going to overtake that. I mean, never say never, but I don't know if another movie's going to do it anytime soon. I mean, at this point, because it's going strong, like I said, and they are most likely going to do a re-release of this movie here in the States as we get closer to the sequel coming out next, I think in 2022. December 2022 is when it's coming out. And I would imagine that they're going to re-release it again here, and it'll probably do a lot of money then too. Now, some people have brought up the point that, well, what if they re-release Avengers Endgame? Now, I don't think Avengers Endgame will do this. I think Avengers Endgame was a great movie. I really enjoyed it. I gave it a great review. You can check that out on my channel. But I don't think Avengers Endgame has... Avengers Endgame made so much money, and yes, it was a good movie. I'm not detracting from that. But I think it made so much money because it was the culmination of years and years of buildup. It was the end. It was the end game. It was the payoff. We all wanted to see it. Everybody wanted to see what was happening. The last movie was such a cliffhanger, and everything led to this one movie, and everybody couldn't wait to get there and see it. So that's why it did it. But now everybody knows. It's common knowledge what Endgame's about. I'm not saying people wouldn't go see Endgame if re-released, but I don't think as many people are going to go out and see Endgame if it's re-released. I could be wrong, but I just don't see Endgame pulling in one single country $44 million in 10 days. Once again, I could be wrong, but also Avatar, it's been 12 years since it came out. There's a bit of nostalgia there. It's been a while since people have seen it. You know, I just think that this movie is going to be number one for a long damn time. Plus, the way that theaters are, I don't know if theaters are going to pull in. There's not going to be another movie that's going to come along and make $2.8 billion, which is what they're coming in on with Avatar now. I don't see another movie making that. And actually, we're going to talk about that in another story here in a few minutes. But as I said, all that is just a follow-up to that story from last week and my opinion on how Avatar is going to be the number one highest grossing film of all time for a long fucking time. But after that, moving on from there, we have a cancellation that just kind of really breaks my heart. I really love this movie. It came out last year. Some people got it early. You see it early in 2019. But this one, I've been really looking forward to this because they had announced a trilogy, but now that's not happening. This is there's a caveat, or not a caveat, there's a note, something I have to... This is like two stories in one, and this story is I got to tread lightly here because I don't know, no one knows all the facts as of yet. I'm talking about Color Out of Space and a situation that Richard Stanley, the director of Color Out of Space, has gotten himself into. Let's just read through the story real quick. It's not too long, and then I'll give my opinion and that little note that I was talking about. Spectre Vision, the production company behind the 2019 H.P. Lovecraft adaptation Color Out of Space, announced that it has cut ties with the film's director Richard Stanley after horrifying allegations of domestic abuse emerged about the filmmaker. Let me step in for just a second before I read the rest of this. The wording of this, some of the wording of this article, and really all the few articles I read concerning this, it's leading in a way, I feel like. I don't feel as if it's... I feel like there's a side that the people that have written these articles have taken. Just keep that in mind. And I'm not saying that that's the wrong side. I'm just saying we'll talk about it in a minute. Just keep that in mind. In a statement posted to Twitter, Spectre Vision said it will no longer be working with Stanley after Stanley was accused of abuse by his former partner, Scarlett Amaris. SpectreVision will no longer work with Richard Stanley, the company said. We are proud of the talented cast and crew behind Color Out of Space, yet we are horrified by the charges against its director. We will be donating future revenue from the film to charities devoted to stopping domestic violence. That's good. That's a good cause to go towards. Domestic violence is terrible. The fallout comes in the aftermath of a blog post published by Amaris on Tuesday, which detailed multiple instances of physical abuse by Stanley, resulting in Amaris sustaining injuries like bruises, sprained fingers, throttle marks on her throat, and a concussion. Amaris went into detail about the abuse she allegedly suffered at Stanley's hands and revealed that she had filed charges for domestic violence, assault, and battery against him in France in 2014. The charges clearly didn't make much of an effect on Stanley's career, with the South African filmmaker penning the film Replace in 2017 and winning praise for the festival and the festival favorite Color Out of Space in 2019. But Amaris' horrifying post had instant effects with SpectreVision, wisely dropping the filmmaker almost immediately after the allegations surfaced. Read the full post with a trigger warning for domestic violence and abuse here. Stanley has not yet commented on Amaris' allegations, nor could he be reached by outlets like The Wrap or Deadline. Okay, there's a lot to take in here. Let's break this into two, because I want to talk about two things here. First thing is, this sucks because I loved Color Out of Space. If you saw my best movies of 2020, you'll know that I loved Color Out of Space. I thought it was one of the best movies of 2020 in my opinion. So when they announced that they were going to be doing a H.P. Lovecraft trilogy with Stanley, I was really hyped about it. I thought that, well, that's awesome. Great. That's going to be amazing. But this is all happening, and there's some other things I've read. They're not doing that now, at least not with him. And that sucks. Lovecraft was an interesting guy with some interesting work, and people have had a real hard time putting that work on film for quite a while. There's been a few successes, but Color Out of Space was by and large probably one of, if not the best adaptation of his work, and I was really looking forward to seeing more of that. So it sucks that this happened. Now, the touchy part of this story. If this is all true, let's say this, every bit of this is true, what Amaris, his former partner, is alleging. Let's say it's all true. Okay, fine. I get it. It sucks. I think he clearly has talent to make, at least he did on that day, to make Color Out of Space. But yeah, okay, I get it. I get him having to go. Especially if you read the thing. I did actually read it. It is way too long to put on here. It's a very lengthy post, and it goes into a lot of, I won't say detail. It doesn't really have a lot of detail. It just says a lot. It gives details, but it's not like I won't say it's quite as detailed as they said. They led you to believe it is, but it does tell a lot of events and a lot of things. But there are some vague comments here or there. And I'm not saying it's not true. It may be. And if it is, that's terrible. The guy should go to hell. But right now, it's all alleged. He's been charged. She has complained against him. There have been charges. He is not guilty. He has not been found guilty of this. Beyond this, what she's saying, nothing else has been lobbied and said or put forward and said, here's proof or here's what's happened. I'm not saying he didn't do it. If he did it, that's awful. I do not advocate that kind of behavior at all. But we're going off of what one person said. And we're seeing more and more nowadays people's lives, especially in the entertainment industry, their lives being ruined over what one person said. Just because that one person said it, does that make it true? No, it doesn't. That's not how court system works. But the court of the public courts, that's how it works. It's whoever gets out there and puts it out there first, they win. You're the bad guy now. We saw this as recently as yesterday and today with the guy from what was it, Grumbly Gaming or whatever. I cannot remember his name. I don't have it here. the guy he has a YouTube channel, I believe it is, and he was called out, and someone made some accusations against him, and everybody was like up in arms, and they were like in the process of canceling this guy, ruining his life, taking everything from him. And it just so happens that it came out, like definitive evidence came out today, and the people did the right thing and came back and said, oh, my bad, no, that was over exaggerated. That he's not guilty. He didn't do anything wrong. That was quick. That was the day after the allegations were thrown out there. Had that gone on for a week, that guy's life would be affected by that forever, even if he did get exonerated. And that's the world we live in now, and I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that. I think that everybody is innocent until proven guilty. There's nothing besides this one person that I'm aware of, that I have seen, that has been put in front of me, and I looked at more than one article on this situation. Nothing else has been put out there to say that there's any proof that this guy did this. So I don't think it's okay for us to just automatically say, oh, he's guilty. Why? Because she said so in a blog. I mean, anybody can write a story. The woman could be total batshit crazy and lying about it. She might not, and if she's not, I am so sorry. That is a terrible. Some of the things that were alleged in this thing were terrible, and maybe he did do it, but that's not my problem. Yes, it sucks because we're not going to get these movies that I wanted, but there's more important things than movies in life, and if he's going around doing these awful things to people, women or men or whoever, then yeah, that needs to be handled. But he's not charged yet. And these charges were levied at him in 2014. And nothing's come of it. Well, nothing that we know of, nothing that I could find. If there was, it's not public record that anybody's pulled up. So there's just some things here that just don't quite add up. I also didn't like, for the most part, this article, and I took out a couple of just like bullshit lines, nothing that really said anything, just to kind of shorten it up some. But nothing in this article, I mean, for the most part, this article is fine. But there are a few places that it clearly, you're not reporting, you're giving your opinion. And that's not what this is. It's not an opinion piece. You're a reporter. You're supposed to report the news, not report your fucking opinion. And that's what they do here. When they start closer to the end, they start saying that, the horrifying post, I'm sorry, where was it? Winning praise, allegations surfaced, with Spectre Vision wisely dropping the filmmaker almost immediately. Why is it wisely? I mean, are you immediately just saying this guy's guilty because someone said he is? That is a foolish thing to do, and I think that happens. Now, if it comes out that this guy's guilty, I know some people might say, see, you're fucking stupid. He was guilty, and he was doing these terrible things, and you advocated it. I am not advocating him doing those things. But I'm also not advocating automatically believing what someone says someone else did. That is not how law in most free countries, if not all, goes. It doesn't go that way. You are innocent until proven guilty, or at least, you could be suspect, but you're not just guilty because someone said so. It just doesn't work that way, or at least it does. Unfortunately, it does work that way now in the public court, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that way. I'm just saying. I mean, how long? Because we see this right now with famous people, mostly. How long until this starts coming to just you and I? Just regular old people at work. People that work at, offices. People that work at fucking McDonald's or something like that. How long until you start getting canceled? Because, I mean, it starts there, but when it trickles down here and people start losing their jobs just because. I mean, that kind of behavior does happen, but how long until it's rampant like this? Is that when we're finally going to notice and say, oh, wait, now it affects me firsthand, or it could affect me firsthand. Now I have a genuine fear of it. This is an issue. At that point, it's too fucking late. But either way, if the guy did it, fuck him. He needs to go the hell on. But let's figure out, before we just report the fact. Report that, hey, it happened. Spectre Vision? No, man, I don't. Maybe put the movie on hold. I would get that. If Spectre Vision said, hey, you know what? We're putting all this on hold. We're going to see what's going on here. We're going to do our research. We're going to figure out what all's going on. And maybe they did that. Maybe they did it. Maybe they know something we don't. And they said, nope, we're out. But as far as nobody, we don't know that. I'm only going off of what the information I'm given, and so far there's nothing saying definitively that he did it. Now, I mean, somebody might comment on this later on and be like, no, it's right here, and show me a link, and you do that, and I'm like, okay, you got it right there, definitive proof. But as far as I could tell, with the little bit of looking I did, I couldn't find any definitive proof. I just saw a lot of allegations. And allegations are not automatically true, regardless of who says them or when they say them. Just saying. But at the end of the day, either way, if he's doing these things, that sucks. And it also sucks that we're not going to be getting the follow-ups to Color Out of Space. Now, before I jump into the next one, I'll take a break here real quick and see what you guys is talking about. You guys are doing a lot of talking tonight. I love it. I love it. I might not be able to read every single comment. Those of you that are usually here know I try and do that, but if I did that with all the stories I have tonight and as fast as you guys are talking, which please keep doing it, we'd be here all night. And I ain't trying to be here all night. I'm going to be here late tomorrow night probably. But what do you guys think about Avatar continuing to not just being number one, but being just fucking number one now? Like $44 million, man. There's movies that don't make that in their entire run. This is a 12-year-old movie making it. Jesus Christ, that's insane. And also, Color Out of Space. Any of you guys see that? If you haven't seen it, regardless of what this guy did, here's another thing. He was not the only person involved in Color Out of Space. So if you are someone who feels strongly about this type of situation, which, I mean, if he's out there beating people's asses, especially those that care for him, he deserves what he gets. But beyond that, he is one person of a crew of people that created that movie. So if you are someone who is like, you know, I know nothing against you, but once this is all settled, if it comes out that he did do that, these things, he's proven guilty, and you say, well, I'm going to boycott him. Don't boycott that movie. It's so fucking good. And there's so many other people that were involved in it. It is so good. Even if he's a piece of shit, or not, who knows. But even if he does turn out to be a piece of shit, that movie is absolutely worth checking out. One of my best. I think I ranked it as number 3. I think it was my third favorite movie of 2020. It was definitely in the top 5. I want to go with number 3. It was either 3 or 4. I can't remember, but it was on up there. See, Short said, guess what, Greg? See, yesterday I saw where a guy took a picture of his sausage for his emoji on YouTube. What? He took a guy took a picture of his sausage. By sausage, I'm assuming you mean his dick? And it was an emoji on YouTube? You can do that? I doubt it. But, I mean, I guess it's possible. Damn. I sell rare Pokemon on eBay as a side hustle. That's bad. Sold one of my Pokemon boxes for $8,000 yesterday. So that's pretty. Holy shit, Greg. How many? I don't follow Pokemon. It just wasn't my thing. I think I've discussed that here before. I mean, that's fine. I don't care. Right on. You do you. But I know that some of them are worth it. How many? You said a Pokemon box. How many cards were in that? How many cards? What is $8,000 worth of Pokemon cards? Is what I'm saying. Holy shit, that's insane. I never thought that card game would have had the staying power that it does. I know, Greg. Thanks. Pokemon to tell you. What did you think of the? Oh yeah, Greg. Oh yeah, there's a great question, Greg. How about all you guys? Anybody here? Who all here has seen the Snyder Cut? Greg was asking short and sweet. She said not yet. I saw it, and any of you that saw my review know that I really loved it. I love that movie. That movie was great. 4-hour-long movie. Be damned, man. It didn't feel like 4 hours. It was great. There was a couple of spots, like there was some chick singing in the beginning and all that, or some stuff like that. There's a couple of places they could have tightened things up a bit. Man, I loved every minute of it. I was never bored in that shit. I didn't really take any breaks either. I think I got up to use the bathroom once, and I went in the kitchen, which is right next to my living room, and got a drink or something. But I never took any extended breaks or anything. That movie was awesome. Snacks. Oh, see, Greg said the same thing. it through the stream. Last time I fell asleep. Greg said, hopefully I can make it through the stream. Last time I fell asleep. I hope you can too, Greg. I'm going to try and keep this one tight, especially with as much content as I got. Did you see it in the movie theater at home? I don't know if you can watch Zack Snyder's Justice League in theater short. You might be able to. I'm sure there's somewhere that's showing it in a theater, but I don't know if I've not heard anybody saying that. I think it may be right now only on HBO Max. I could be wrong, but I think that that's the only place it is now. Hello. Kind of stole my last name, but that's okay. Oh, Greg. Oh. Is that how you... Gregory? It's just Greg? Greg? Oh, Gregory. Gregory? Man, I'm sorry. Greg said, dude, screw Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Watch Invincible. It comes out this Friday. Invincible. I think I've heard of that. Is that a show or a movie? I've heard of that somewhere. I hear it's going to be way better. Maybe. Have no idea. Avatar, let's go. Frank is here. Frank C. Graham. What's up, Frank? How you doing? Whoa, I lost my place. I'm 100%. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. How's it going? What's up, everybody? Antonio's here as well. What's up, Antonio? Antonio, actually, I want to talk to you about something at some point later. I need to email you. That sounded really ominous. Nothing bad. It's actually, I think, a good thing. I was like reading something and saying it's like, Antonio, I need to talk to you, motherfucker. It wasn't nothing bad. That came across real bad. I'm glad. Thanks. Was good. Terrible news. Love Color. Oh, Frank. Yeah, no. Love Color Out of Space. We need more well-made Lovecraft films. We do, man. And I mean, what's another good Lovecraft movie? You got the Reanimator, the first one, and Bride. I think, from what I remember, was good. But those are kind of hokey. But they're good, but in a different kind of way. But I did enjoy those. There's also it's a short film, really. It's like 30, 45 minutes long. I have no idea who made it. It's like a art house thing. It's a silent film made based on Lovecraft. It had to be made probably around 2000 or the early 2000s. A friend of mine showed it to me. It's a fucking silent film, but it was made today, and they made it just like a silent film. And that movie was beautiful. I mean, like, it was so creative in how they did that movie. Cannot remember the name of it, but it was a silent film made nowadays, and it was based on Lovecraft's work. That was really good, but that was really just like the creativeness behind it is what was so good about it. Color Out of Space was just great all around. I loved that movie. It was so good. Cancel culture strikes again. Yes, Greg, it does. And here, I don't really like... I'm split on cancel culture. Don't care for it because I think it's getting out of hand. But I do. I mean, if they want to drop the guy because he actually did this stuff, if he's proven to have done these acts, I get that. No, you don't really want to be doing business with that guy because the things she says were over years and years. It was like habitual, and supposedly maybe he did it to somebody else, but these are all her words, so I don't know. So yeah, if you're like an habitual offender, I get it. But we just can't go off of what one person said. That's what I consider cancel culture, not throwing somebody on the back burner because they've done something shitty. We as a society have done that for years. I do think, now, I mean, the things she said that he did were pretty fucked up. That's hard to come back from. I do think that people deserve second chances, though. I think that people need to pay their dues, and if they pay their dues, they do deserve a second chance out there. Most people. There's probably some people I'd say, no, you don't get one. Like Hitler, probably not going to get one, buddy. She ain't getting a second chance. Guess Avatar did... Wait, did I lose my place again? Yeah, I did. Okay. Heard someone wanted to have pronouns like he was a tree. Yeah, that was the guy who plays... not the yellow Flash. He is the in the Flash show. I saw that too today. Like all these stories broke out like at the end of the day, and I was like, I've already put everything together. The guy Zoom, I think his Zoom is the name of the character. He's the black guy he's looks like the Flash, but he's yellow and like his hair sticks out of the top. But he's not the yellow Flash, but I think he's called Zoom. He was a good guy last time I watched that show, but that was quite a few seasons back. But yeah, I'm assuming, I just saw the headline. I'm assuming he's being a smartass, and if he is, I love him for it. But yeah, he wants to be a tree because it said, I saw a meme and it showed him and it said, "I am Groot." Greg said, "I guess Avatar did think big number one was unobtainium." Yes. Hoobaluba is here. Hello, Hoobaluba. How are you doing? Living Daylights or License to Kill? Here's Hell Knight with the Bond questions again. Man, dude, I can't remember. I haven't seen. You asked me a similar question like this. I don't think you asked me between those two, but you asked me about the Timothy Dalton ones last week, I think it was. I can't remember. I haven't seen the Timothy Dalton James Bonds in quite a while, but like since the 90s, early 90s when they came out, or was it the 80s? I can't remember. I remember enjoying them, but I can't remember. I couldn't even tell you which one was which at this point. Antonio said, "Wow, that's brash of someone to use that for their pick." Oh, you talking about the thing that Short said up there? Was that what we're talking about? The dick? Shoot one card can sell for more than that. Really? $8,000 for a Pokemon card? Damn. I mean, the fact that they're worth that much, I guess, doesn't blow me away as much as the fact that someone... I mean, that people will say, this is worth $10,000. Okay, sure, somebody said that. But the fact that someone will come and pay money for it blows me away. I am doing something wrong. I need to go buy some Pokemon cards. That ship has sailed at this point. Greg said it's a standard box of 36 packs of Pokemon cards. 36, like the little pack. How much is in a pack? Like 8 to 10 cards or something like that? Holy crap. That'd only be like 300 to 300 or 400 cards. Holy crap. 8K. Jesus. Well, good for you, man. Tony said, I used to collect basketball cards and had a few worth at least 200 or so. I collected, I was a dork, man. I collected movie cards like Batman, the 89 Batman, Masters of the Universe, Cabbage Patch, or not Cabbage Patch Kids, Garbage Pail Kids. I collected those cards too, but the Garbage Pail movie kids, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, like really any big movie that came out, I was always getting the cards for. I had a long phase when I was a kid. I was in the Garbage Pail Kids too, but like all those types of cards, I got those. I was never really into basketball and sports and stuff like that, so I went with the movies. I've been a dork for movies since I was like forever. I would sit up and look through brackets all day in the 90s, like basketball. That's cool. It never did it for. I will say my oldest daughter was a cheerleader in middle school and high school, and I would always go to the games, supporting all that. But I didn't give a shit about what was happening. The football games at the end, I'd usually be like, who won? But I will say that out of all the different sports that she cheerleaded, that she cheered at, the basketball games were the most entertaining. I enjoyed those more than any of them because it's a fairly simple sport. Not simple. I'm sure there's an art to it, of course, but it's pretty easy to understand, and it was faster paced, and I like fast paced things. Invincible is an animated series saying it's as good as the show Avatar, the animated series, and The Boys. That's right. Yeah, I heard about it like it's an animated The Boys. They said it was like a Boys and something else mixed up, and I really like The Boys. The Avatar show I never really got into, but The Boys I really like, so I might check that out. You can always get a hold of me. Oh, yeah, I will after this. Definitely looking forward to an Invincible, Graham. You get it. You understand. Let me skip down just a little bit. Sorry, like I said, guys, I got to skip some of them because I got to get back to the show here in a minute. Hemorrhaging viewers. Dude, it's too bad you don't have those damn Cabbage Patches now. I never had Cabbage Patch. I had Garbage Pail. No, Beckett's is a price guy. Oh, yeah. I know what you're I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Because it does like all cards. It's not just like basketball cards or baseball cards or anything like that, right? Is it just baseball cards? Because right there you said for baseball cards. I do know I know that book you're talking about now, though, or magazine. Yeah, but printed prices are too out of date. You really have to check eBay for like check collectors and cards worth. Before there was internet, you had to flip to the cereal. We traded in the streets and met up at schools. I traded some of my movie cards with other kids that were into that. Greg said, I have a crazy idea. If someone is beating you over years and years and years, maybe you should have let him. Oh, maybe you should have left him after the first time. Yeah, I'm with you, Greg, man. And that is, I try and look at those situations. I try and be as open-minded as possible about them. Because I'm assuming that typically somebody who's like a beater or a hitter or whatever, a salter, whatever we call them, is a manipulator too. And I will say that I've seen some people, and I've been there like with someone before. Manipulative people have a way of manipulating a situation and using everything against you, using your love. And if she had genuine, I'm sure now it's had, genuine feelings for the guy, they know how to use that against you and use not just your feelings, but the hope. They know how to use the hope that you're going to be better and the hope that you're going to be the person they want you to be. They know how to use that like no other. All right. Do I remember the Toy Fair magazine? Was it called Toy Fair? I remember a magazine that had all that toy stuff in it, yeah. Okay. So let's jump right. Let's do these next two. This next one's funny. And the one after that's pretty cool, too. Okay, let's jump right back in here. I'm going to put a little note. I was doing this last week, and it worked. This helps me know where I left off. There we go. All righty. Oh, yeah. A little ASMR drinking. I probably overdid that a little bit. Hopefully some of you out there that are all into that ASMR thing, maybe you just nut yourself. I'm here all week. Okay. Not really, just tonight. And tomorrow. Thanks, Antonio. Very much so. It shall not be forbought, my brother. Very much so, sir. I appreciate that. You know you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it every time. Okie doke. Next. Lost my spot. Here we go. All right. For real this time. So coming off of that bad news, we're going to jump into something a bit more lighthearted, something that anybody out there who's over, say, the age of 20 will remember this. Maybe not this story specifically, but what this story is talking about, and maybe get a little bit of a kick out of it. And I'm talking about your childhood. Everybody out there over the age of 20, 25, a part of your childhood, or it should have been. But we're taking a nice, wholesome family part of your childhood, and we're going to make it R-rated. Or at least they did. You'll just probably never see it. I'm talking about the one, the only... Well, I fucked that up. I guess those transitions work better when I put the actual right plate there for it to transition. Let's go back just a touch there. There we are. Take two. I'm talking about the one, the only Mrs. Doubtfire. Who doesn't remember Mrs. Doubtfire? Who doesn't love Mrs. Doubtfire? Well, I did when I was a kid. Actually, a teenager, I guess, I was when it came out, because I'm old as shit. But there's a little something about Mrs. Doubtfire. She has a dark, dark secret that we didn't know about until here recently when Christopher Columbus, the director, got to talking a bit. And apparently there is possibly a Columbus cut. So I'm going to try and start it here today at hashtag release the Columbus cut. Let's jump into this story. Thanks to a viral tweet that resurfaced last week, director Chris Columbus has confirmed that there is indeed an R-rated version of Mrs. Doubtfire in existence. Spicy. Speaking to Entertainment Weekly, Chris Columbus said there is no NC-17 version, but did add that multiple cuts of the movie exist. The reality is that there was a deal between Robin and myself, which was he'll do 1 or 2, 3 scripted takes, and then we would say, let me play. Or then he would say, then let me play. And we would basically go anywhere between 15 to 22 takes. I think 22 being the most I remember, Columbus said. He would sometimes go into territory that wouldn't be appropriate for PG-13 movies, but certainly appropriate and hilariously funny for an R-rated film. I only previously used the phrase NC-17 as a joke. There could be no NC-17 version of the movie. Yeah, I don't know if I want to see an NC-17 version of Mrs. Doubtfire. A rated R one, sure, but not NC-17, knowing what NC-17 entails usually. He went on to say, I would be open to maybe doing a documentary about the making of the film and enabling people to see certain scenes re-edited in an R-rated version, Columbus said. The problem is, I don't recall most of it. I only know what's in the movie at this point because it's been a long time. But I do remember it was outrageously funny material. Columbus added, I think that would be the best approach. I'm very proud of the film. I'm in a good place with Mrs. Doubtfire. So there's really no reason to do a definitive cut. The definitive cut of Mrs. Doubtfire is out in the world right now. R-rated Mrs. Doubtfire. How can you say no to that? I would love to see an R-rated Mrs. Doubtfire, especially seeing as how the movie was it was PG-13, but it was such a wholesome family movie. To get an R-rated version, and some of you that don't know as much about especially his earlier work, will say, Robin Williams doing R-rated jokes and stuff? Really? Man, watch this guy stand up from back in the day. Yeah, the guy got real raunchy sometimes, like hardcore. He could definitely do it. I see it. Or I could see it. I'd love to see that. Now, according to Columbus, besides maybe a clip or two here or there, if that even happens, we're probably never going to see this shit. And that is even if this footage even exists anymore. Like he said, he doesn't even remember what it is. He hadn't seen it in years. It might not even be there. The way that studios used to deal with cut footage of movies back in the early 90s and before that, this shit could either be stored in a shitty place that's all moist and got moisture or just thrown the fuck out. Sometimes they just throw that shit out. I doubt they ever thought they were going to need these scenes of Robin Williams dropping F-bombs and making raunchy-ass jokes for their PG-13 family film. So I wouldn't be surprised if this stuff just doesn't exist. But the idea of it is pretty cool. I would be totally down for this. And I want to get hashtag release the Columbus cut out there in the world. Will it catch on like the Snyder cut? Probably not, but, you never know. Who thought the Snyder Cut would be made? And we've been empowered now as a people to get the movies we want released. Damn it. So let's get Mrs. Doubtfire, rated R Mrs. Doubtfire released. I want it. I want it now, and I can't possibly be the only one. But in all honesty, this is just I thought this is a really funny, just kind of a lighthearted palate cleanser after that last kind of downer, and I would enjoy. I think this could be some funny shit, because if you see Robin Williams' adult comedy, especially from his earlier career, the guy was really funny, and he had some really funny raunchy ass jokes he would throw out there, and he was full of fucking energy. If you watch him on screen is one thing, but if you see his stand-up, holy shit, the guy must have been coked out of his mind, because he was full of energy, bouncing around the stage all over the place, like sweating bullets, but man, he was on fire. The guy was just a comedic genius. Fucking hilarious. And I think him dressed up as this old British nanny just going to fucking town with whatever he wanted could be just one of the funniest fucking movies of the decade. So let's do it. Let's make this happen. If you're watching this, go out there, make hashtag release the Columbus cut a thing. It might not catch on, but who knows? Maybe it will. Now from that, moving from that palate cleanser, from that real wholesome, nice story there, we got another story. This is a bit of a longer one, so I'm gonna kind of skip around in it just a bit, because some of the stuff in this one is, I mean, there's a lot of info in this story, and I don't know if we quite need all that. But this is about a title, the final title of an upcoming movie that I'm cautiously optimistic about, but I am looking forward to. It's a video game movie, but it is one of the, arguably one of the most popular video game movie adaptation franchises out there, or the previous version was. This one that is coming out later this year, and I'm talking about Resident Evil, or as they say in the game, Resident Evil. Probably terrible impersonation there, but whatever. We have a name. It's not just going to be called Resident Evil. It's going to be called, and I don't know exactly how I feel about this, it's going to be called Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. Yeah, that's the official name of the movie. Okay, there's worse things it could have been called, that's for damn sure, but welcome to Raccoon City. So why is that? Well, let's jump into this story. It's pretty lengthy, but I'm going to skip around, as I said. The upcoming Jonas Roberts directed, is that how you say Jonas? Yeah, Johannes, sorry. Johannes Roberts directed Resident Evil film now has a name. Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. Roberts revealed the title and details of the movie's plot during a panel with IGN's Lucy O'Brien at SXSW on Saturday. Speaking about the genesis of the title, Roberts, who has directed both of the 47 Meters Down films, said that the setting of Raccoon City plays a big role in the film. Pause. Yes, Raccoon City, as far as the games go, Raccoon City plays a big part of, not really the first one, it kind of does, it takes place there, but it wholly takes place in a mansion and like a facility. But the second game and the third game and a lot of, if not all of Code Veronica, if I remember. No, I think they go somewhere else with that one. But that's it. After the third one, that's it on Raccoon City. But Raccoon City is definitely a big part of Resident Evil, so I could see it playing a big part in this film. I'm fine with that. Now, this sentence I just read, there's a good thing and a bad thing in this sentence here. The really good thing is, well, let's disseminate. It says that she directed both of the 47 Meters Down films. Okay, the first 47 Meters Down, I really enjoyed. Holy shit, that movie was so much better than I ever expected. That was such a good time. The second one, what the fuck was that? It had like blind, roaring, screaming sharks underwater or fish, and that movie was fucking terrible. So I don't know how the quality of the movies here is very polarized. It's on both sides of the spectrum, and so I'm wondering, where is Resident Evil going to fall in all of that? Who knows? Some people would say after the previous franchise that it can't get any worse. It can get worse, by the way. Look at Uwe Boll. But I actually enjoyed the previous Resident Evil movies. I'm okay with them rebooting it here. Seems as Anderson and Jovovich told their story, I guess. So I'm cool with them rebooting it. I just hope that it doesn't do something really stupid. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see later this year. But moving on with this, it tells us a little bit of information about the story that we did not know. The movie is very much an origin story for Resident Evil, Roberts said. It's an ensemble piece. Raccoon City plays a big part and is a character in the movie. It's about this group of people all coming from different angles, some coming into town, some already having grown up in this town. meeting over this one fateful night. I mean, that sounds great, but we've seen that before. You don't, and that, I'm not saying that Resident Evil does not have to be wholly original. It just has to be fun. But that setup right there is like the setup of every fucking zombie movie ever made. You know what I mean? It takes place in a city, and a ragtag group of people come together. Some of the people are there from the city. Some of the people are passing through. Okay, so yeah, okay, we've nothing new so far. Doesn't mean it's bad, though. The film will follow the original Resident Evil characters of Claire and Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine and Leon S. Kennedy will play up the horror aspects of the video games, Roberts said. Roberts looked to John Carpenter films such as The Fog for inspiration, as well as the original video games. Miss Roberts and Lucy O'Brien, who wrote this for IG a primarily video game website. It says, I don't know. This sentence says the film will follow the original Resident Evil characters. That sentence says to me the original game, the first game of Claire and Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, and Leon S. Kennedy. I don't want to be a stickler, but I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. The films and the games. Played the games. I've been playing for a long time. I played the first one more times than I can even name in so many different versions. Claire and Leon, at least 4 people, Claire and Leon were not original Resident Evil characters. They were not anywhere to be seen in that game. Claire didn't show up until Resident Evil 2? Or was she? Yeah, she was Resident Evil 2. And yeah, Claire and Leon showed up in Resident Evil 2. I mean, I don't have a problem with them showing up, but calling them a Resident... Now, I mean, if she's saying, or if they're saying that original Resident Evil game characters, then okay, that's fine. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Maybe I'm looking into this too much and I'm picking. Moving on. The big thing for me on this movie is tone. The thing that I loved about the games was they were just scary as hell, and that is very much the atmosphere, Roberts said. It's raining constantly, it's dark, it's creepy, and then mixed with the sort of more fun side, especially with the first game, of what's around the corner, that kind of style of storytelling. So, that whole paragraph there can be summed up in 2 words. Well... yeah, jump scares. That's what fucking jump scares. That's what that is. That's what I take from that. You're going to go for a dark, creepy-ass atmosphere with rain and, like, just a really dark lit movie, which, I mean, if you know how to shoot in the dark, that'll be fine. And you're going to have a bunch of fucking jump scares. Okay, jump scares can be fun, but, they're a perilous thing to go with. You got to watch them jump scares. They can get out of control. Although Roberts said I thought Roberts was a woman. Whoops. Sorry. Did I assume your gender, Mr. Roberts? My bad. But no, I thought Roberts was a woman. Whoops. Although Roberts said he is a fan of the original Resident Evil film franchise, his movie doesn't have anything to do with that. No shit, we knew that. It's a whole separate origin story that's very much based in the roots of the game and the world of horror, Robert said. It's not like I was presented something where we're making it. We're not. I fell in love with Milla Jovovich in the first films and loved that side of the Resident Evil world, but it was a real pleasure to be given the role to a new franchise. Hopefully, that really is its own thing. I'd never seen the terror and atmosphere of the games of what I felt when I was playing those games. I'd never felt that on screen, and I felt that was something I wanted to tell. I mean, I could see that. The first Resident Evil movie was a bit more horror than the later ones. It was an action horror, which, I mean, the Resident Evil games, the first three-ish, 4-ish, do lean a bit more towards survival horror, and then they kind of turn into more action horror, especially with the 4th one on, and they just kind of got out of control. But, I mean, I can see that. I mean, I'm cool with that. I do feel like him saying this thing about, I think it's cool. He's saying, hey, I fell in love with Milla Jovovich in the first movies and all this and that and blah, blah, blah. And maybe he did, I don't know. But you don't really expect the guy to say anything else. I mean, they're made by the same fucking company. Sony Pictures owns this property, and he's not going to come on there and be like, because the old Resident Evil movies are still their property. They're still part of Sony corporate or Sony Pictures. So he's not going to come on there and be like, yeah, them other movies that this studio made, they fucking sucked. But mine is going to be bomb as a motherfucker. Fire, bitch. Fuck Mila Jovovich and all those shit. And Wes Anderson, he's not going to come out and say that. He's only going to have good things to say. So honestly, that line they could have just kept. I mean, maybe he's being cool. I mean, I guess it's cool that he said that. It shows he's professional. But that doesn't really hold a lot of weight with me. If he's going to go more the horror route, that's fine. Cool. Resident Evil is known for its horror. But like I said, the previous paragraph made it sound as if he's going the horror routes with jump scares, but we'll see. In particular, Robert said that the 2019 remake of the second Resident Evil video game pointed him in the right direction as far as its setting and tone. That's a positive. That was probably the entry point into the movie for me, Robert said. That game came out and it just blew me away. And from that moment on, I think we all knew where we were going with this movie because it was such a wonderful cinematic experience with the tone, the constant dark rain, the sort of aspect of the game, that sort of aspect of the game. And I just took that and went, that's the world I want to work in. Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City is scheduled to release via Sony Pictures on September 3rd, 2021. So that means, I'm not going to say that. I would say that kind of speaks to me and says the first Resident Evil that he is aware of is the RE2 remake that came out a couple of years ago. And that's a great, I have not played the whole thing, but I played the original RE, and I did play some of it. It did seem like a great remake. I just haven't had a chance to get into it, and a lot of people had great things to say about it. So if he's basing his movie off of that, cool. And that does make his comment up top about Leon and Claire being involved a bit more understandable because that's a remake of Part 2, and Leon and Claire are in that. And the other characters from the previous game, of course, are referenced in it as well. I mean, all this, it doesn't really, it's a lot of talk. They're saying a lot, or they're talking a lot, but they're not saying a lot. I guess, what did I take from this? I took that it's probably going to have a lot of jump scares. It's going to be a dark movie. It's going to they're going for a real creepy atmosphere, and it's going to be a lot of creeping around, and like everything's loud, and it's probably going to get quiet, and then loud noises are going to happen. That's what I'm picking up from it. Hopefully not. I mean that could still be fun, but you got to pick. That can't be all the movie is though. I do wonder how heavily it is going to be inspired by the story of the games, because quite honestly, while I love the games, let's be real, the story of the Resident Evil games as a whole gets really convoluted over time. It gets pretty convoluted within the first one, but for a game, it's great. So I do wonder, that this doesn't really tell me much about the story. It talks about tone. It talks about inspiration. And, I mean, he had good things to say about it. The biggest thing about this that I didn't like, or that gives me concern, the constant jump scare thing, kind of seems like they're relying on that. I'm hoping not. But the most concerning thing is that this person made the second 47 Meters Down film. But he also made the first one, and I really like that movie. But he made that second one, and it's so fucking bad. But I guess we'll find out. This, like I said, this is a lot of stuff to read here. I cut some of it out, but this is, I guess, all relevant. If you're looking forward to Resident Evil, though, you got a little bit more info on it now. I don't feel any better or worse about the movie after reading this. I just feel kind of, yeah, same place I was as before. This doesn't really do anything for me. I don't love the name. I'm not gonna lie. Welcome to Raccoon City. Maybe as a tagline, but as the actual title of the movie, Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, maybe it'll grow on me. I don't know. But as of right now, I don't hate it, but it just seems, I don't know, it doesn't seem as sinister. It just doesn't seem sinister enough. And if they were going to go with that, they should have just called it Resident Evil. I guess they were afraid of people getting it confused with the original movie, but, I mean, just Welcome to Raccoon City? What the hell? I'd rather them just call it Resident Evil, Raccoon City. then welcome. I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me, but it's just a name. Hopefully the movie will be good. We'll find out on September 3rd. So, right after that, we got another quick one. We're going to go from one video game movie to another. This is one that I am looking forward to. And I mean, I was looking forward to the last one as well. But this one, I'm really looking forward to because I really, 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 really enjoyed the last film. Now, we don't have many details except for one or two, and that's based on the last movie. And this is a fairly short story, but I wanted to get it out there because I loved this movie from last year, and we're finally getting, the sequel has started filming. And I'm talking about Sonic the Hedgehog 2 has officially started filming as of the 16th of March. Following star Taika Sumpter's reveal that Sonic the Hedgehog sequel would begin filming this month, director Jeff Fowler took to Twitter to confirm that Sonic the Hedgehog 2 has officially begun production. Lights, camera, Hedgehog. Production on Sonic the Hedgehog 2 starts today, says Jeff Fowler via Twitter on the 16th of March. No casting announcements have officially been made, but it's likely that Ben Schwartz will be back as the voice of Sonic alongside Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik. Returning alongside Fowler, who was the director of the first film, who made his feature debut with the original film, are screenwriters Pat Casey and Josh Miller, with Neil H. Moritz, Toby Asher, and Toru Nakahara all returning to produce, while Hajime Satomi, Hakura Satomi, and Tim Miller will return to executive produce. to executive produce, not produce. The first Sonic went on to gross over $306 million at the global box office on a $95 million production budget, becoming the sixth highest grossing film of 2020 and the highest grossing video game film adaptation of all time in North America. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 will hit theaters on April 8th, 2022. I am excited about this. I really enjoyed Sonic the Hedgehog, the first movie. It was so much better than I expected. Was it the best movie ever made? No, it was not. But it was a good fucking time, that's for sure. It was, and after that whole Sonic thing, the monster that we saw, the original version, how he was going to look, I was really expecting something. I was scared. I wasn't looking forward to the movie. I was looking forward to it, but I was scared for the movie. I was reserving my judgments until I saw it. But man, they hit that shit out of the park. His design, everything. That was just such a fun movie. And the end of it, man, they knew how to go out on the end. When if you haven't seen the end of Sonic the Hedgehog and you're worried about spoilers, you might want to cover your ears for just a second. But I mean, as you can tell from the fucking the logo here, that Tails is in this one, and Tails shows up in the end of the first one. And that was such an awesome moment. I remember in the theater when that happened, everybody, you just heard this gasp because you weren't expecting it when it happened. It just popped up and everybody just kind of gasped, and people were, and I mean, I wouldn't have thought that a whole theater full of people on opening night would have had that impact of Tails Prowler showing up on screen. I thought people would be like, yeah. But I didn't think he had that kind of reach. But he did. The whole theater was just like, oh, and then it erupted after he said his little line and flew off. The theater just fucking erupted, and that was just awesome. And this was the last movie I saw in theaters before the pandemic started. And to make as much as it did, seeing as how it made that much, and the pandemic started right within a month of it coming out. It was right after it came out. I remember that. It came out, and then it was just a week or two later that things, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, things got shut down. So it made $306 million is nothing to scoff at, especially with $95 million production value. Or production budget, they definitely made their money back and made a profit. But that movie probably would have made a whole lot more money had this whole pandemic thing not happened. And I'm really looking forward to this. It doesn't give us much. I'm really happy to see that everybody's returning. Everybody who would. I wonder if the other human characters will be returning or not. It said Tika Sumpter. I'm not sure who that is. I probably should have looked that up before we jumped in here. I'm wondering if that was the woman, the love interest in the movie, not of Sonic, but of the James Marsden's. And if she's saying that they're getting a sequel, I assume she's going to be part of it. And if she is, I assume that James Marsden will be as well. But either way, I liked. One of the things about the first movie I liked so much was Sonic's world and all that stuff going on there. And we only got a taste of it. And it looks like all the things that they set up in the end of the first movie, at least, with Robotnik being in that other world and Tails coming. And I've heard about Knuckles being there. It sounds like we're going to get more of that world. Whether that world is coming here, they're going to be going to that world. I don't know. But I'm pretty hyped for it. I'm excited. We got all the same people going back, so all that love, all that passion, all that knowledge of Sonic the Hedgehog will be in this second movie as well. Hopefully they don't fuck it up. I just hope they don't, because they did such a great job with the first one. It's just such an entertaining movie. It wasn't on my top 10, but I did include it in my top 10 video as an honorable mention because the movie was just a good fucking time. And that's what movies are supposed to be, is entertaining. They don't all have to be fucking Schindler's List, but if they entertain me, they've definitely done their job. And Sonic the Hedgehog last year was one of the more entertaining films I saw. It was just a really good time. And if you're a fan of not even Sonic the Hedgehog, if you're a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, absolutely see it. I don't know where they absolutely, but absolutely see Sonic the Hedgehog. But if you're just a fan of, fun movies, really fun movies with some fun performances, especially from Jim Carrey. Where's that guy been? He does a great job here. If you're a fan of that, check out Sonic the Hedgehog. You have a good time. And I cannot wait to see Sonic the Hedgehog 2 in a little under a year from now on the 8th of April, 2022. Yeah, I did 3 that time instead of 2. So I wanted to see, before I jump down here to talk to you guys and see what's going on. What's it? Ooh, I bet some of you are going to have something to say, considering what you guys usually talk about in here. Some of you are going to have some comments about the next one. Anyway, let's see what's going on here in this chat here, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I'll be right back. Give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back. Got to freshen up the drink. So yeah. We are moving right along. Where's my little marker? There it is. There it is. Once again, right before I cut off the chat last time, Antonio dropped that $2 super chat. Thank you very much again, sir. I really appreciate it. Greg, thanks, Antonio. I always think there is 2 sides to every story. How about that damn YouTube doesn't know Old English? Meant to say it shall not be for naught. Oh, yeah, up there. Okay, right on. That makes more sense, Antonio, because I thought you were gone. It is not for naught. Not or not? Not. Root word for not. I'm getting an English lesson up in here. Not is a word as well. Depends if you want a creamy caramel center. Alvin's here. What's up, Alvin? Coming in here with some craziness. Looks like both works. Nugget. Hi, Alvin. Not honestly, it means 0 essentially, but me personally. Lots of English lesson. Or absence of color. I did not know that. I don't think there's a real passion to get a new MS. Oh, and I stopped reading the sentence. A new Miss Doubtfire out there, maybe on HBO Max. Oh no, I don't think so. That was more of a. I knew that I had that really like serious story about Richard Stanley, and I saw the Miss Doubtfire thing. That was actually going to be one I was going to cut, and I just said fuck it, I'm going to do 10 stories. But I thought I just wanted something kind of lighthearted after that Richard Stanley story, and I do remember really enjoying Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, every time I think of Mrs. Doubtfire, there's lots of stuff there's two things I think about. I think about when he pops up and he's throwing that pie on his face and he goes, hello, like that. And I also think about when she threw like a fucking, or he threw like at Pierce Brosnan's head, he threw a fucking orange or something at his head. He turned around. That shit was funny as fuck. And he turns around like, what the fuck? And he says, I don't know what it was. It was a run by fruiting. Somebody ran by and just threw fruit at you. Some funny shit. I don't know if the movie holds up nowadays. Honestly, I haven't seen it in so long. Antonio said they ought to remake Problem Child. It'd be all dark and gritty nowadays. He'd kill some kids. Jeremy Mortson's here. Hello, Jeremy. How you doing? Greg said, Problem Child was such lightning in a bottle. You would have to find a great bad kid. You would. That little fucking kid, man. That little fucker was terrible. He was my idol when I was a kid. And there was a Problem Child 2. I don't remember it being as good, but it was still kind of that same. What? Who was his dad? Oh, fuck. He passed away. Three's Company. What's his name? I see his face. He was in Bad Santa and Three's Company. John Ritter. That was his dad. John Ritter was funny as shit too when you let him loose. If let loose and to go do like straight up comedy, like look at like Bad Santa and stuff like that, he was funny as hell. Hey, what do you guys think about the new background and like the setup here, by the way? You like it better than the other one? I do. The other one was supposed to be temporary, and I just kind of like rolled with it for so long, and I was like, I gotta do something about this. This is cheap as fuck. The perfect palate is, of course, a block of cheese. Or a sorbet. I am a chef, after all. Well, a former chef. I guess technically I'm still a chef. I'm not saying chef anymore. But a nice sorbet is a fantastic palate cleanser as well. But yes, a mild cheese will do the job as well. Because it is time for my breakfast, it's time for some cheese. Tenacious D. Yes. Crossing fingers, please be good. We talking about Resident Evil? Was that? Yeah, that was probably at that point. So it's The Walking Dead, Greg says. Yeah, I mean, and granted, The Walking Dead took inspiration from a lot of other zombie type of movies and media through the years as well. I mean, that's kind of what Resident Evil 2 the game was it wasn't a group, it was only a few people in the city. As the city went to shit and the outbreak happened, they all got together in that police station. There was really only 3 people from what I remember. It was Leon, Claire, and Ada, I think. There's some other people that showed up, but those were the main people. Those are the playable people. Jeremy said I have a hard life. Well, it'll get better, Jeremy. Don't worry. Roberts could be a tree. Could be. Glad he said the first film. That gives me hope. Of what? The first film of we talking about the Resident Evil thing? If they do survival horror with resource management, that would be the perfect thing to focus on the movie. Yeah, kind of like the games. That'd be something cool to put in there that would kind of harken back to the games. I've always said about video game movies, though, a great video game story does not necessarily equate a great movie story, and vice versa, because video games are very interactive, and movies are very passive. So you have a different type of investment with video games and their stories. But what I don't think there are very few video game stories out there. I think they could like beat for beat translate to a film and it would work. They have to be adapted, and the same goes the other way around too. I do think that a movie could be adapted to a movie story could probably be adapted to a game a bit easier than the other way around. But that is also because games have for years lived in the shadow of films, and they've tried to emulate that cinematic experience. And I think that they'll continue to be the little bro, even though the video game industry makes more money than every other entertainment medium on earth combined. I think from the standpoint of the viewpoint of the general populace, I think that video games will always be seen as lower than movies until they do find their own voice and say, you know, we're not trying to be movies. I think they do. They, even to this day, they are always trying to be movies. They're trying to be cinematic. And there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy cinematic games, but I think that they kind of need to figure out their own thing. I don't know what that thing is. I'm not a video game developer. But yeah, I do think, Greg, that would be a neat callback if they did some type of inventory management, because that was a big part of the first at least few games. I don't know about the later ones. I didn't play them as much. Do anyone have Minecraft in the stream? I do. I think we know that. Sonic 2, hell yeah. Give me Knuckles and Tails ASAP. That's what I'm hearing, Frank, is that we know Knuckles or Tails is going to be in it. Now, Knuckles, the character Knuckles wasn't necessarily in the first movie, but the Cheetahs or whatever they're called, whatever he is, his people, they were in it, and I would not be surprised if Knuckles shows. I've heard that Knuckles is going to be in the second movie. But hell, Tails is there, and when Tails comes through the portal, he's talking to somebody. I can't remember if they say who. I don't think he did, but he's talking to somebody. So there's other people or other characters involved as well. But I'm with you, man. ASAP, I want that shit. That movie was great. It was a good time. I still have yet to ever see Mrs. Doubtfire. What, Frank? Once again, I don't know if it holds up today, but back in the day when I saw it, it was funny as hell. I was probably 13, 14 when I saw it. Maybe 15. No, I wouldn't have been 15 yet. I don't think. They should remake Mikey 2. Mikey. I know that name. I know the movie, but I cannot remember it. That dude from Ferris Bueller was in it. I know that. I remember the name, but I don't. Whenever I hear Mikey, I think of the Life cereal commercials. Mikey, I think he likes it. His dad was really, yeah, he passed. I dig the background. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate it. Hell Knight said Frozen or COVID-19. You mean the movie Frozen or COVID-19? Whoa. Oh, man, that's tough. The fact that that's tough, it should tell you something. Because as many of you know, I fucking hate Frozen. If you said Frozen 2, I'd say Frozen 2. Because I did actually get Frozen 2 was bearable. Frozen, I fucking hate that movie. Oh, man, I don't know. COVID sucked, but Frozen, I feel like Frozen stayed with me longer. It wasn't longer than the actual virus, but I feel like it stuck with me like a virus for longer. It's like burned into my existence. Pop Rocks and Cola. I remember doing that. Not a good mix. Something on my tooth. Yeah, there's some good stream content here. Taking shit out of my teeth. What the fuck? I brushed my teeth before I came on here. This is my life. Well, I don't know. Okie dokie. Cake or death? Yes, Alvin. I asked that in a poll on my YouTube channel a month or so ago. A lot of people picked cake. Okie dokie. This next one, I think some of you guys are going to be interested in. Well, I think whether you'll be interested in it or not, I don't know, but you'll have things to say about it, that's for sure. I know that what it's based on, some of you are interested in. All right. I'm on number 6. We got 4 more to go. Yeah, these next two I'm just going to do 6 and 7. I'm going to do 3 this time too, and then the last run I'm going to do just 2, and then we'll jump into the last part of the show. Okay, here we go. Do I have everything set up right this time? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Ooh, almost screwed that up again. Here we go. So moving on from that story, that lighthearted, good Sonic the Hedgehog 2 goodness, we're going to go into something a bit more sinister, something a bit more terrifying, something quite a bit more scary. And of course, I'm talking about Hollywood remakes. They're remaking another one. Not really remaking, though. We're getting a sequel to a beloved classic. But the thing is, this beloved classic already has sequels. But apparently they're going the way of Halloween 2018 and retconning the shit out of them fuckers. And we're getting a part 2 to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A little more than a year ago, it was announced that Fede Alvarez was set to produce a new film in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. Was it going to be a reboot, a remake, or perhaps just another sequel? The film finished production last year, and in a new discussion with Bloody Disgusting, Alvarez answers some questions about the new Chainsaw and how it might pay homage to the original. Alvarez says it's a direct sequel, and it's the same character. It is Old Man Leatherface, revealed Alvarez. Everything is classic, old school gags, a lot of the approach we had with Evil Dead, the remake, I believe is what he's talking about. Never VFX. To do everything on camera. It's very old school approach to filmmaking. Vintage lenses, it's very similar to the original film. I really like everything he said there, by the way. The film was directed by David Blue Garcia, based on a script by Chris Thomas Devlin. The film stars Alyssa Fisher, Sarah Yarkin, Mark Burnham, Mo Dunford, Olwen Forer, Alice Craig, Jacob Lattimore, good first name, Neil Hudson, Jessica Allen, Sam Douglas, William Hope, and Jolene Coy. The idea of making a brand new direct sequels to classic films is nothing new. 2018's Halloween did a similar thing and broke records. Terminator Dark Fate did it in 2019 with not so great results. As of right now, there is not a release date for the film. I've gone on record in saying I am not the biggest fan of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original. Really, the whole entire just series. It's just not my thing. Honestly, the movies, I appreciate what they've done for cinema. I appreciate what Tobe Hooper did. I think they have their place, and anyone who loves them, I understand why you do. But me, myself, I just can't get into them. They are just, like, dirty. They're like, they make me feel dirty. And they've never been my thing. So when we're talking about a sequel to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I'm not a huge fan. However, the approach that they're talking about taking here, much like the Halloween 2018 approach, does interest me because for a few different reasons. First of all, everything he said here in the second paragraph, after it's a direct sequel, said everything is classic, old school gags. A lot of the approach that we had with Evil Dead, I don't know if he's talking about the remake or not, never visual effects. Do everything on camera. It's very old school approach to filmmaking, vintage lenses, and it's very similar to the original film. I like that. I think that's really cool that they're going to do everything in camera. That they're not going to be using a bunch of, he says VFX, I think he means CGI and stuff like that. They're not going to be adding stuff in after the fact. And that's great. That's awesome. I think that's a neat approach. I would say novel. It's novel nowadays, but it just was how they did business back in the day. But I like that kind of taking it back to its roots and trying to emulate or be as similar to the old film as possible by taking that approach. That could actually work. That interests me. And also the fact that I honestly I don't hate it, but I'm not a huge Halloween fan. I know. Stop. Just lay off. The original John Carpenter's Halloween. I love John Carpenter too. He's made some of my most favorite films. The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China, Escape from L.A. or not L.A. Escape from New York. A lot of those movies. I love John Carpenter, but Halloween never did it for me. I didn't hate it. It didn't do it for me. But Halloween 2018, I really enjoyed. And that was kind of what this movie's trying to do, is go back and rewrite, not history, but just kind of wipe all that clear and go back to when it was good. So maybe I'll like this one. I'll definitely give it a shot because I like what they're saying. Even if I'm not a fan of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it sounds like they are trying to be as faithful to that movie and its vision as possible. And I think that's really cool. So even if I don't end up liking it, which I may not, it sounds like fans of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre may have something good to look forward to. And my understanding is I haven't seen a lot of the remakes and reboots, and there's been quite a few of them, and sequels to remakes and reboots of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But my understanding is people have not been big fans of those. I think they've all been produced by Michael Bay or something like that. But people have not really loved those. So maybe this is a return to form for you. You should be excited. But on the flip side of that as well, like they said, this has been done before. It's kind of becoming a bit of a trend. Halloween did it, had great results. Terminator Dark Fate did it, not so much. That one didn't go over as well. I didn't hate Terminator Dark Fate as much as some people, but I absolutely saw its flaws. I didn't think it was the greatest movie ever made. I didn't think it was the greatest Terminator movie ever made. And saying that it was the best Terminator movie since Terminator 2 really isn't saying much, because everything after Terminator 2 was severely lacking. Pretty much anything without James Cameron. But as far as this one goes, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's not like at the top of my list, but whenever it finally comes out, I'm interested in checking this one out, because it sounds like it's going to be, at least, if nothing else, I'll be interested to see filmmakers nowadays doing everything in camera and shooting a movie old school, like the old school way. I think that'll be interesting, and hopefully it turns out to be an interesting film. It sounds like it's probably going to be or an entertaining film. It sounds like it's going to maybe elaborate on some of those roots. It says it's going to be Old Man Leatherface, so I don't know how old Leatherface is supposed to be in the original movie, so I wouldn't think it would be based in nowadays, because I want to say that Texas Chainsaw Massacre is going on like 45, 50 years old at this point. So if that character was, say, 30, he'd be like 80 or something like that. Maybe that's the route they're going. But I wouldn't be surprised if this takes place in maybe like the 90s or maybe the early 2000s or something like that. And that would still classify him as Old Man Leatherface. 80-year-old Leatherface, I don't know if he's going to be doing as much, or wreaking as much carnage as he was. Who knows? Might be a spry 80-year-old man. I mean, my father is approaching 80, and he's a very spry gentleman. So crazier things have happened. So if you're a fan of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, get ready, because there is a new sequel coming your way, and it sounds like it may possibly be one that does the original justice. Now, moving on from that, we're going to Japan. We're going to talk about Japan for just a minute, and a movie that they're, I guess not finally, but they're bringing over here to the States, and we'll just jump right into it. We're talking about Japan's #1 movie ever at the box office in Japan, not in the world, but the #1 highest grossing film of all time, which is in theaters there right now, beating out everything else by a country mile, if you will. And that is a movie called Demon Slayer. Actually, it has a longer name. We'll get to that in a minute. But they are bringing it here to the U.S. to see if they can slay our box office. Right now, they probably could. But it's like, I don't know. And whenever they bring this thing over, which is not too long from now, we'll see. The battle of the highest grossing movie in Japan was once fought between critically acclaimed titans of anime. Hayao Miyazaki's Oscar-winning Spirited Away kept the title for years before being temporarily toppled by Makoto Shinki's sensational Your Name. By the way, Spirited Away is a fantastic film. I can't tell you how great that movie is if you haven't seen it. For adults, children, everyone alike. It's a wonderful film. You should check that out. Won an Academy Award. I can't remember for what. A Best Animated Film, but other things too, I think. Back in 2003, I think is when it came out. I can't remember, but is a fantastic film. Check it out. Moving on, though. But in 2020, another anime film obliterated Japanese box office records, becoming the highest grossing movie in the country and becoming the 4th highest grossing film of 2020. Demon Slayer. I'm going to try and pronounce this. Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie, Mugen Train. That's the name. And now it's coming to U.S. theaters. Aniplex of America and Funimation announced they are teaming up for the North American release of Demon Slayer Mugen Train. I like how they shortened it too. Which is officially set to open in U.S. theaters on April 23rd. So exactly 1 month. No. Yeah, 1 month from today. Directed by Hiro Sotasaki, Demon Slayer Mugen Train is a sequel to the ongoing anime series which adopts the popular manga series by Koyohiro Gotuji. Sorry about these names. I am slaughtering them. I'm trying my best. Which follows a young boy named Tanero, I think, who joins an elite group of demon slayers in order to find a cure for his sister after she is turned into a demon. The film acts as a bridge between the first and upcoming second season of Demon Slayer. It broke the $100 million milestone in Japan in just 10 days, grossing nearly $400 million in the country alone, beating out Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away and Titanic for the all-time record. Demon Slayer Mugen Train will be shown in both 4DX and IMAX, and both subtitled and English dubbed versions. Season 1 of Demon Slayer is available to stream on Netflix now. Anime's never... I know anime is huge. It's huge over there, obviously, and it's huge here, too. It's never been my thing. There have been a few animes I've seen that I enjoyed. Now, like the Miyazaki anime, I guess they're animes technically, too, but the Miyazaki films, like the Studio Ghibli and stuff like that, I really do enjoy those. I don't... Technically, they are anime, I suppose, but that's not what I really view as anime. But those films I've really enjoyed. There are some other animes like Ghost in the Shell. I remember enjoying. I don't remember anything about it. Akira was really out there. For me, it was visually stunning, I thought, especially for an animation. It had some really cool things they did. But the story seemed like it was a cool story, but it was just kind of all over the place to me. I know that's sacrilege to some. There's one called Armitage Third. I really enjoyed that one now. That's an older one as well. Or Polymatrix, Armitage Third Polymatrix, I think, is a really neat story about some people on Mars and robots and if they have souls or not and having kids. It's crazy shit. But yeah, I'm not a huge anime fan though, and I'm not familiar with this series. I've heard it mentioned just because I heard it was doing gangbusters over in Japan, and that is a lot of fucking money. Over here, $100 million in 10 days is not insane. But I mean that's good, but it's not insane. $400 million is really good, but it's not like, oh, it's the highest grossing film of all time. But you got to think about Japan. Japan is not a large country. Look at it on a map. There's not per capita, there are nowhere near as many people there. So this is only in Japan, like literally only in that little island it's made $400 million. That's a lot. That's huge. Now, how much appeal this series has outside of Japan, I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. For all I know, it'll come over here and it'll do gangbusters here too. Do I think this is going to dethrone Avatar or Avengers? Or do I think this is even going to break into the top 10? I don't know. It's already, I mean, by the time it comes over here, it's probably going to be sitting at $500 million, $500 million. If they came over here and did another 500 plus, it could, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers on the top 10. Like the bottom one, I think it's Frozen. I don't know how much it made. It was like $1 billion something. So I mean, the movie has potential. If it comes over here and does at least the same amount, it could, it could be big. I don't think that right now anything is going to make $400 or $500 million in theaters. And I think that in 1 month as well. I don't think the American public are ready to go out in those types of droves as yet. But it's already been a success over there, so no matter what it does over here is just adding to that amount of money, so I wish them the best. I don't know anything about this. Like I said, if you're a fan of anime, and more specifically, if you're a fan of this anime, then, you got something to look forward to. It is available, the show, apparently it's a show. Season 1, they said, is available on Netflix here in the States right now. Maybe check that out, and maybe it'll hook you, and this will be, this will change your mind, and you'll say, yeah, I gotta go see this movie now. Who knows? We will find out on, I think it was April 23rd. And I probably will not be going to see this movie, honestly. But if anyone does, feel free to let me know if it was any good. So moving on from that, we got another movie is sliding out of, just shifting a bit. And I mean, a few months, and we're kind of getting used to this at this point. There's a couple of them that are, it's kind of in the wake of another movie, and I'm kind of looking forward to this movie. It could be really cool, or it could be like the first one, which was, it was fine. And this is just a quick little something we're going to talk about here, this quick story, and I'm talking about Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage, technically is what it's called. Says Sony has delayed the Venom 2 release date by 3 months to vacate the June 25th slot recently taken up by Fast 9. Venom Let There Be Carnage will now release on September 17th, 2021. It will screen in 3D, IMAX, and premium large formats. As part of this reshuffle, Sony is also undating the Kevin Hart, Jason Statham movie Man from Toronto, which was originally set for September 17th. There's no new release date set for the action comedy yet. Venom Let There Be Carnage will be directed by Andy Serkis from a screenplay by Kelly Marcel and stars Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock / Venom alongside Woody Harrelson, Michelle Williams, Reed Scott, and Naomi Watts. I'm sorry, Naomi Harris, not Naomi Watts. Naomi Harris. I think this could be really cool, and what actually gets me excited about it, because the first Venom movie was actually one of the first reviews I did on my channel. Not the first, one of them. Check it out and see how bad it used to be. But my thoughts on the original Venom movie were that it was okay. It had its issues. I liked things about it. I liked Tom Hardy. I liked, for the most part, the design of Venom, and I liked how they talk to each other. I liked some of that stuff, but some of the stuff, like the story elements, just were kind of fell flat for me. They're just kind of, eh. and also some of the like the effects, they looked good, but they were just like too damn much. It was just taking it too far. And like the ending fight scene was just a VFX puked on the screen. You really couldn't tell. I mean, you knew that these two guys were fighting, but you couldn't really see what was going on. So kind of lost me there. But I didn't hate it. I liked how in the end they showed Woody Harrelson. Is it Harrelson? Harrelson, yeah, sorry. Woody Harrelson show up as potentially Carnage, and what they could do with that. Woody Harrelson's a fun actor. So I'm looking forward to seeing this. But what really gets me psyched about it is Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis is directing it. I did not know that until I read this story earlier this week. Andy Serkis is taking over directing duties, and Andy Serkis is a talented director. We all know him as a talented mocap performer with like Gollum and Caesar from the Planet of the Apes and the Kong from the King Kong movie from 2005, and working with Peter Jackson and stuff like that. But he has taken up the directing reins. Working with Peter Jackson, he actually took up directing Second Unit, and then he moved on to direct the what was it, Mowgli, the other Jungle Book movie. I actually really liked that movie. I thought it was a bit darker than the Jon Favreau Jungle Book that we got right around the same time. Nothing against that movie, but Mowgli was a little bit of a different take on it, and I enjoyed that, and I thought he did a really good job with it. So I'm looking forward to see his take on this. He seems like the type who will really just inject some energy and fun into this movie. And Woody Harrelson playing crazy Woody Harrelson is kind of like Nicolas Cage playing crazy. So playing this insane character is this other Venom, just kind of more or less a red Venom that's let loose and has no good and goes all bad. That could be a really good time. I've heard that the movie might be rated R. That could be awesome. I understand why they moved this movie. Going up against Fast and the Furious 9, no. That's a terrible idea. I mean, I'm sure there's hype behind Venom 2, but it's Fast and the Furious. Nobody wants to go up against Fast and the Furious. It's like in the video game world when a new GTA is coming out. Nobody's going up against that. It's just, you don't do that. It's suicide. And especially right now when I think people are much more selective to what movies they're going to go out, when they leave the house, where they go and how they spend their time. And they still will be probably around there. That we're talking about June at this point, so things might be a little bit. I think things will be in a little bit better place by that point. But I don't blame them for moving the release date of this movie up just a bit. It does make sense to me because move it out even further to September, because Fast 9 is probably going to make money even if people are kind of hesitant to go out June 25th. Fast 9, people will go out for Fast and Furious movie. People won't necessarily go out for Venom 2. They might, but not as many. In September, though, I think you got a better bet people going out and this movie being more successful. So I agree with this. I think this is fine. I have no problem with them doing this. I'd like to see the movie. It's clearly already done. I mean, I assume. So it's not talking about production or anything. I'm sure the movie's just sitting somewhere on a shelf. But I'm okay with this. It doesn't bother me. I'm not like, this isn't my most anticipated movie ever. But hopefully it comes out September 17th, and it's just awesome. It's the Venom movie that we've always wanted. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll find out on the 17th. Alrighty. Before we jump into this last little bit, what has happened to my connection? Why is it going to shit? Can you guys even hear me? Uh-oh. Thanks, Antonio, for the 10. I really appreciate that, my man. You did that while I was talking. As a fellow creator, I must say I admire your camera presence and your professionalism. Once YouTube realizes, you will not disappoint, my friend. Big ups on the boost and subs also. I see it. Thank you, Antonio. I really appreciate that. Believe me, I see yours too. But I appreciate that 10. What's going on here with the stream? Can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, let me know. Everything on my end looks good. What are you doing, YouTube? Why are you being dumb? Uh-oh. I'm assuming since nobody's responding, you guys can't hear me. It looks frozen to me. That's no good. No bueno. I think it's says I got a connection. Hang on. Let me look at some stuff. Huh. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Let's try. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Oh, it moved a little. Let me try something. Ew. Working on it. Oh, okay, Antonio said you can hear me, but I'm assuming you can't see me because on my end it looks like it's glitching the fuck out. Like it looks like it's just freeze framing. I don't know why that is. It's frozen. Yeah, I see that. It says I have a port. I mean, but everything's. Hang on. That's good. That's good. I'm good. I's all good. Internet all. Be over that side. We got some bad weather over here. We did last week too. We had good. Last week I had bad weather on Wednesday night when I was doing my stream, and then all the way up until today, it's been great weather, and then today it goes to shit. Hang on, let me look at something real quick. Maybe I can sexy it up. Just a second. Well, I don't know why it's doing that. That sucks, because everything on my end is green across the board. And I've like run into pretty much every problem you possibly could on a stream, and I've checked everything. Like everything is great, but YouTube is saying poor. I mean, I'm outputting like way more information than YouTube would ever need to have a silky smooth operation here. Okay, I'm going to do something. It's going to take like 4 minutes. It's the only thing I could think that would make a difference. Oh, wait. There it goes. Okay, never mind. I think it's back. I guess. Well, that was weird. Yeah, I think that's all I got to do is I got to threaten YouTube. I always got to threaten YouTube to unplug my router or to reset my internet. Apparently, YouTube doesn't like that because every time this happens, I'm like, all right, last resort. I'm going to unplug my modem and plug it back in, and then it starts fucking working. So maybe I should start with that next time. Anywho, let's look at these comments, and then we will jump back into this last little bit and blow through this thing. I don't know if you heard it because I don't know how much of it was cutting out and wasn't. Thankfully, I did last week because I forgot to hit record, but I record all of this locally as well. So I don't use the actual stream usually to edit the actual podcast. So as choppy as you guys are seeing it. I hate that you guys are getting that experience, but it'll be a smooth experience after that. Okay. Yeah, but if you didn't hear it, Antonio with the 10, thank you very, very much, sir. I very much appreciate that and your kind words. That's awesome. Let me scroll up here and see what you guys have been saying. I didn't leave myself a little marker, so I don't know where I left off. I think I was talking about Frozen. I think Hell Knight asked me about Frozen or COVID. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, you guys didn't say too much. That's cool. Pop Rocks, Cake or Death, wrong choice. Wrong choice on the Frozen thing. No, man, Alvin, I think what was the wrong choice? The Cake or Death? Yeah, Cake or Death. The Dentist parts 1 through 3. The Dentist. Wasn't that the Dentist was? Oh yeah, that was the one with Anthony McDowell, right? Fun fact: when I worked at Blockbuster Video, I was a general manager at Blockbuster Video. That was my first management job, a long time ago. And back when Blockbuster was a thing, we used to go to these conventions where they would, like, all the vendors and stuff would show up, and they would show up. Sometimes we'd get movies and screeners and shit like that. It was usually smaller movies, but we got big things too, and just all kinds of like memorabilia and stuff from them. And they would sometimes, it was usually like lower grade famous people would show up to these things. And Anthony McDowell, I met him when The Dentist came out. I think it was The Dentist. I'm pretty sure it was The Dentist because we were getting that, and I got a screener of it. I think I still have that screener somewhere around here. And I remember, when I say I met him, it's not like we sat down and had a drink and talked. It's kind of like a hi, But that was my meeting Anthony McDowell. It was on a cruise ship in the Bahamas. Dr. Giggles. I saw Dr. Giggles in the theaters when it came out by myself. My parents dropped me off to see it. That movie, I didn't like it when it first came out. I think I was expecting something else. But then, like, years later, I learned to appreciate it. Saw his family. I watched the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'll give it a try, said Short and Sweet. I think I saw one of them, like the first remake, the first time they remade it. I think it was just called the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I saw that one at a drive-in. Or I saw part of it, at least, at a drive-in. It was like the second feature. I think it was when I saw Underworld. I don't remember if I finished it or not. I was doing other stuff in that car. But, yeah, I can't say that I've firmly seen it. Antonio said, hit the like button if you haven't already. Yes, please do. I always forget that. Thanks, Antonio. I need to get like a what do they call it? An icon that pops up and does that shit. I'm terrible about that. I heard a guy call a woman bro. Can a woman be a bro? What's up with that? Yeah, sure you can. You can be a bro. We all bro. It's kind of like cuz. We all cuz. Oh, and there's me saying, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, Jacob, but the picture is frozen. It should be, yeah, we're back. Cool. 100%. Go ahead. I can see you. Start from where you left off. You're perfect. You're back to normal. I love your Blockbuster story, says Antonio. I've got other ones. I mean, I don't know if I guess I don't have. I mean, I got a few from there. I was manager of the year one year. I was new manager of the year. My first year as a manager. My store was really fucking busy. It was one of the busiest ones in the company. It was like it wasn't in the ghetto, but it was inside the city, like in the middle of the city. But it was like right on the edge. It was in this spot that was right like in between, like the ghetto was over here and like the city, like downtown was right here, and like a nice area was over here. It was like right, just this mecca, and we got so many different people there. Everybody went to that Blockbuster. I couldn't believe they put me there. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. Because I was my first management job with them, I got an assistant manager position at like one that was at like an outlier and like way outside of the city, and I learned, I guess, what I knew there, and then I guess I did by their standards really well, and they promoted me and sent me to that one. I was gonna go to a different one, but they sent me to that one. They asked me, "Do you want to go there?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, that's like busy as shit." But I met while I was there. I don't know if I've told those stories. I won't go into them. But I met some famous people since we were like so busy in like radio stations. They're not. I don't think these radio stations, these personalities, are famous anymore. But they were like big personalities back then. Like they were regional. They weren't just in that city, but they not just regional. They were across the country. They had like shows, morning shows, but they were locally based. I think maybe they weren't. I don't know, but they came to my store a lot, and they would do their show there. And they brought in like I met Vern Troyer. I met him twice. He was a dick, but I met him. I met one of the guys in Willow, not Dionne Warwick, but the other guy, the other midget guy who's in a bunch of movies, always has a beard. I say that every time too. I can't. He has like he's Italian. He has an Italian name. His last name starts with an F, I think. But anyway, I met Chyna, the wrestler. I don't follow wrestling, but I knew who she was just by the name. And she came in there. I think she's passed away now, honestly. Actually, I think I heard that. But she came in. Like I said, I didn't know anything about her except she was a female wrestler, and she was like, WWE kind of, or F. I think it was WWF back then. I don't know. But she was in that whole thing, and she came in. She was super fucking cool, man. I was not expecting much out of her. She was fucking huge. Not like big, huge, but like she's a big woman, like very muscular woman, and she like shook my hand, and like I felt like a baby. But like she was so cool. She was so fucking nice. She came in there. She was so full of energy. She may be coked out of her brain. I don't know, but she came in. If that's how she died, by the way, I'm sorry. I didn't really think about that comment, but I have no idea. But she was like so full of energy and so nice. Like sometimes when you meet some famous people, you meet some humble famous people, but you meet some that are like not that I've met a decent amount in my years. When I say met, like I said, met Andy McDowell. It was like hi, how are you? And but sometimes when you meet some of them, especially if you spend any type of time with them, sometimes you'll get the ones, especially when they're new famous, that they think they're better than you. And she was not that. She was just, or you'll meet some that they don't necessarily act like they're better than you, but it's almost like they're just really busy and you don't get a lot of their time. And I get that, but man, she was just so nice and so cool, and she just sat there and talked to us, and she talked to me directly because it was my store. But she like came over and was just like, "Oh, this is really cool," and she was like asking questions and just talking like anybody else, and she was so cool. I remember that, and I hate that she passed away because she was really nice. I'm assuming that was her in real life, but she was really fucking nice, and just I was afraid she could fucking whoop my ass and break me too. But I met Arnold Schwarzenegger once. I shook his hand once again. Felt like a baby hand. Mine. That was another one of those. Met him like, hi. I was a teenager. Who else have I met? I met Daryl, Norman Reedus. I met Norman Reedus. Actually, I was there to meet him with my wife, and my oldest daughter wanted to meet him, and we met him and talked to him for a few minutes. And actually, there was a little thing. His publicist had some shit to say, and I thought it was really cool of him because he was just taking, like, you could tell he's not like he didn't come across as like a diva to me, but I was there, and they waited in this line, and this was the time that we waited to see him, and we waited in this line. They waited at a convention for hours to see this man, and they got up there, and it was almost nearing when he was going to stop. And they got up there, and I was standing up there with them, and they just came up there, and, you know, they're sitting there like, oh, well, we love you on the show, and, and all this. And he was like, oh, thanks. Just like talking to him for a second, and they were just like kind of girling out on it and just saying stuff. We were up there for just not even a minute, just a few seconds really, and his publicist came up and had something to say, and I thought it was really cool of him. And he was like, he like flinched back, and he's like, back off. He was like, you know, I really got the feel. He didn't have to say it, but I kind of got the feeling of, these are my fans, back the fuck off. You know what? I'm here for them. They waited in this line. Maybe he didn't think all that, but that's how I took it, because that's how it came across. He was just kind of like, these are my fans. They waited in this fucking line. They can have 60 seconds of my time. So back off. Because he did. He like, his whole demeanor changed when that little fucker came up and he was over here on his BlackBerry, and he's like, okay. And he was like, no, man, back off. Just go over there. I was like, fuck yeah, man, you're awesome. I was just here along for the ride, but I like you a lot more now. Yeah, he was cool for the 120 seconds that we spent with him. I bet Jeffrey D. Morgan, before he was, well, I guess he was famous, but before he was Jeffrey D. Morgan, before he was like legit famous, like through like Watchmen and Walking Dead and all that, and even Supernatural. Supernatural may have been out. Watchmen wasn't out yet. I think the only thing he'd only been doing TV. I met Keith David. Not Keith David. I want to meet Keith David. Todd, Candyman. What's his name? Tony Todd. I met Tony Todd and actually talked to him for just a minute. Me and two of my friends. He was really cool. I just met him in the halls at a convention, and he like actually stopped and talked to us, and he was pretty cool. He just seemed pretty laid back. He's really fucking tall. Met the guy who played Jason more than anybody else. I think he was a wrestler. My friends knew all about him. I knew his face when I saw him. He was at a convention as well. Kane? Not Kane. I think his last name's Kane. I see his face. He played Jason Voorhees more than anybody or something like that. When people say Jason Voorhees and they're talking about the actor, he's usually the one they come to. He was pretty cool too. Those are the ones off the top of my head. Have I met any? I've met others. But they've all been like quick little. I haven't like had dinner with any famous people. I don't think, have I? I don't know. I did a lot of drugs when I was younger too, so memory's a little hazy. Nothing too hardcore, but I was pretty baked for a lot of the time, so there's some periods of time that I gotta like sit there and think about and be like, oh yeah, that happened. Anywho. Let's see what you guys are saying, then we'll move on to this last bit. Someone did a live stream there the other week. Where? A live stream at Blockbuster Video? Was it the last Blockbuster? I think that one closed actually recently. The last Blockbuster Video. There were two of them called the last Blockbuster Video, but one of them closed a while back, and I think the other one's like in Portland or Oregon, or I don't know. It's somewhere in the Midwest. I think I heard that it finally closed during the pandemic. My sis was a manager there too at 17 years old. Wow, she was a manager at 17? Like an assistant manager? I was jealous. It was a cool job. It didn't pay. I mean, it was more than I'd ever made at that point because I was pretty young, but it didn't pay as much as like I couldn't live off of it, make a living off of it now. I mean, I guess you work your way up, but like off of what I was making then, I couldn't make a living off that now. But I mean, it was good. I had a good time. I had a really good time there. I enjoyed the product I worked with and just I got to have a lot of fun. We ran like lots of promotions and stuff because the big thing with them are kind of like GameStop where they always want to sell their previously viewed tapes and stuff. PVTs is what we call them, even the DVDs. They were all about selling those, and I'd run like giveaways for my employees, like whoever sells the most gets this or that, and blah blah blah. Like when they defected out all the PlayStation 2s because they were giving everybody too many problems, so they just stopped renting them. And there was nothing wrong with the 5 I think we had. I took one because they told us just throw them in the dumpster. I was like, I don't even really. I mean, I'll take it. I didn't have like a huge desire to have it, but I was like, I mean, I'm going to take it if it's free. That's how I got a PlayStation 2. But I took them and I like gave them to employees for like selling stuff. I'd set them up on the counter and be like, sell the most of this movie and get that. I was jealous as an adult. As an adult that she actually worked there. She's much older than me now and probably made no money, but I love that she worked there too. I mean, you got like if you were a lover of movies, that was a great job because you could take home movies every day. You got all the movies early and everything, and I actually ran like a little eBay business for a while there. Back when eBay was the thing, I would know what movies had been rented the least amount when we had those PVT sales. We'd even have some movies we had so many of, they'd never been actually rented. It was taken out of the box, but we'd have like 200 copies of a movie, and there'd be one copy that was just never even rented, so I would be able to sell it as new. And I would get them all and get like my discount plus buy one, get one, all this stuff. I'd like rack up and do the math, buy all these DVDs, and I would actually sell them on eBay before I bought them. But I'd have them sitting to the side, and that way I wouldn't have to spend money I didn't need, and I'd sell them for a higher amount, obviously, and then I'd buy them for my work and go ship them out. I ran that little business. I made a nice little chunk of change off that. And my bro worked at Wendy's, of all restaurants. No one ever works at Wendy's. I know someone who worked at Wendy's, and he may still be in this chat. I never worked at Wendy's, but someone I know personally did. Jeremy is back. What's up, Jeremy? Was she on the booger sugar? Was she on that booger sugar? I don't know. I assume you're talking about China. I have no idea, but she was just... Anytime I see somebody who's just like super hype, I always go to that. Which people probably say that about me sometimes because I guess I can come across that way at times. She was just really nice. And that may have just been like her persona when she's out in public. But that's great that she kept that up. You've met Andy McDowell? Is it Andy McDowell? The guy, he was in, The Dentist. It's not Andy McDowell. Andy McDowell's the female, right? Roddy McDowell. I think Roddy McDowell's who I'm thinking about. Too many McDowells. Andy McDowell from Sex Videos, or Sex Lies and Videotapes. That's Andy McDowell. I was thinking, I always say that. Roddy McDowell. The guy. The old guy who was in a lot of shit. Clockwork Orange. The main character from Clockwork Orange. I didn't know who you mentioned it for. Yeah, wrong one. Sorry. Norman Reedus, Daryl, Boondock Saints. I met the band The Cool Kids in Clips. Who are the Cool Kids? Yes, I met Tony Todd in the hall at the horror, anime, and tattoo convention. It's a hell of a mashup there. Kane Hodder, yeah, that's the guy. That's him. Blockbuster in Oregon. That's the last one. I think they just closed. Who is the most overrated actor? I think that depends on time, because I think overrated actors typically don't last. But oh man, overrated actor. I'm gonna say this person. That does not mean I don't think that she is a good actress or actor. I guess we're not supposed to say actress anymore. I don't think that this person is a bad actor, but I think that she is a bit overrated at times. She can be really good, but I think people just automatically praise everything she does when it's not always amazing. She's typically good, but not always amazing, and that's Julia Roberts. I think Julia Roberts is a bit overrated. Most other overrated actors, I think, come out the gate swinging and like get super overrated, but then they burn out real quick. But she's one that she's held on to it. I'll give her that. And she's not bad. I just think that she's kind of overrated. That might have to do with Erin Brockovich, though. I didn't really care for that movie. And nothing against like what the movie was about. Just that movie. It just didn't do it for me, and everybody was raving about it. I can't remember. It was in the Academy Awards. It was going up against another movie that I really liked and thought deserved it, I think. I could be wrong. And I think that soured it even more for me. I don't know. I mean, nothing against the real Erin Brockovich, and if that's how it went down, I don't know. But yeah, I think she's a little overrated. I really took advantage of your Blockbuster Good Grades program. Oh yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, they bring that thing in with the teachers would give out, and you get like a free video. I was like a child prodigy and just took my report card in. Was it the report card? I don't remember. There was a thing that we got from schools, and I don't remember how it worked. I do remember that. Yeah, there was a thing like that though. Roddy Piper? No, not Rowdy. Isn't his name Roddy McDowell? Not Roddy Piper. I'd love to have met Roddy Piper. I mean, he's not with us anymore because he was in They Live. And I love They Live. Him and Keith David. One of the best fight scenes ever, by the way. Antonio says Tom Cruise. Ooh, hot take. I probably would have said that a few years ago, but I ain't going to lie. In the past 10 years, Tom Cruise has been kind of killing it. She's a living legend. You're talking about Julia Roberts. I mean, yeah, she's good, but I think she's a bit overrated. She had Sleeping with the Enemy, Pelican Brief, Pretty Woman. She did, but since then, I was talking about Sleeping with the Enemy with my wife the other day. We watched some movie, or she was watching some movie while I was editing something, and I was like, this is just Sleeping with the Enemy. It's a new movie called Safe Haven, I think. I don't know. From what I could see about it, I was like, is this a knockoff of Sleeping with the Enemy? She was like, what? I like this movie. And I was like, it looks like Sleeping with the Enemy. She was like, what's that? And I explained it. She was like, I think I kind of remember that. I was like, yeah, this is that. She's like 11 years younger than me, though, so maybe she doesn't remember Sleeping with the Enemy. I don't know. But she rode a wave like Jay-Z. You guys wanted proof of good grades. I think that I don't know. I think maybe you could bring your report card in, but I think you could get a thing from school too, and it was like a little certificate that they gave you too. I remember that vaguely as well. I don't know. All right. Looks like the stream is back up and running fairly smooth now. It says excellent condition, and on my end, everything is green across the board. I'm pushing out like 7,000 kbps or whatever. And everything on my end is beautiful, but from what I can tell, YouTube looks like it's, even though it says excellent. So any issues that we're getting are either YouTube or just or Comcast or YouTube. I've done everything I can. But if you want to see a smoother version of this podcast in a day or two, it will be uploaded to YouTube in its edited, more digestible version. Because I pull that from the recording that I'm doing, not this stream. However, last week I forgot to hit record, so I had to actually edit the stream version, which that's why there's some skips and bops and boops there. Anywho, let's get on to this. What was supposed to be the last story of the evening, which was one more than I usually do, but then I added another one to it because all this fucking shit started happening today. These two are fairly short stories, then we're going to go into some good stuff. Okay. Here we go. What was the last thing I talked about? I don't remember. Notes? Where are my notes? Ah, okay. Shift it, yeah. Forgot what I was going to say. Here we go. Now, while Venom moves to a new date, we have another movie that is just now wrapping up. One that has just kind of seemed like a shit show from day one, if you believed all the news. But it seems like maybe some of that was a little bit over the top. Maybe we haven't been hearing all the true stories, because if you listen to all the stories and all the gossip surrounding this movie, you'd think it's probably never going to get fucking made. But apparently, out of nowhere, The Batman has wrapped filming. The Caped Crusaders' COVID-troubled production has finally wrapped. The Batman director Matt Reeves announced the end of production following more than a full year of filming in the UK amid COVID-19 shutdowns and delays. And by the way, filming a movie for a fucking year is insane. Most movies film for most larger movies, 3 to 4, maybe 5 months. A year is insane. Now, they haven't been filming the whole time. They've been on again, off again because of the pandemic. The filmmaker marked the end of filming with an Instagram photo of his last day on set. Last day, the filmmaker wrote in the caption for his picture, which showed the Batman clapperboard wrapped up in plastic alongside a few other knickknacks. Jeffrey Wright, who stars as James Gordon, also celebrated the end of the filming with a tweet, which may or may not hint that a sequel is already on the horizon. Gordon out for now, Wright wrote. 1 year exactly after the shutdown. Some ride. Oh, okay, some ride. He's saying like, oh, that was some hell of a ride. Of course, Wright may also be referring to an appearance by his James Gordon in the Batman spinoff series Gotham PD, which is already in the works at HBO Max. I heard something about that. Is that pretty much just like the show Gotham, but now they're calling it Gotham PD? Because Gotham was pretty much about James Gordon and like the police of Gotham, less Batman. I don't know. The DC superhero movies take place in year 2 of Batman's crusade against crime. Robert Pattinson stars as the Caped Crusader himself, Bruce Wayne / Batman, leading a cast that also includes Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, Paul Dano as the Riddler, Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon, John Turturro as Carmine Falcone, Peter Skarsgård as Gil Coulson, Gotham's District Attorney, Jamie Lawson as Bella-Real, a mayoral candidate in Gotham, Andy Serkis as Alfred, that's interesting, and Colin Farrell as the Penguin. The Batman is currently scheduled to open in theaters on March 4th, 2022, so just under a year from now. If you listen, I haven't really reported on any of it here because a lot of it happened before I started this show. But if you listen to all the shit surrounding this film, I'm surprised it even got finished. However, there's been a lot of people saying that all of that has been inflated, and a lot of it's just outright not true. I mean, there's been people talking about how Robert Pattinson, he was just a night. It's all revolves around him, about how he's a nightmare to work with, and nobody likes him. He doesn't want to be there on the movie. Him and Reeves were constantly arguing. He refused to work out. And like him and Zoe Kravitz were having sex on the Batmobile, and she got pregnant with his baby, like crazy shit. We're talking some like Inquirer level crazy like rumors going on with this movie. It's been insane, like shouting matches with the studio execs over Zoom and just all kinds of crazy shit. But some of the stuff is just not quite lined up, and especially when it comes to Pattinson, because while Reeves has been known to be kind of a meticulous director and wants to get the shot he wants to get, he's never been known as like a difficult to work with director. He's just been known as a director who knows what he wants and he's going to get it. And he's made some really good movies as a result of that. But Pattinson, from what everyone else has ever said, at least publicly, is just a joy to work with. And he's like one of the most professional actors anyone's ever worked with, and he gives every role his all. And I got to look at the guy's filmography, barring Twilight. Well, hell, even Twilight. I mean, even in Twilight. Okay, Twilight was not the greatest series. That's what got us start. But especially after Twilight, everything he's been in, he is exemplary in. He is a fantastic actor. And he has been in some amazingly wonderful movies that you could tell he really poured himself into. He does not strike me as the type who's just going to dick around on set. He strikes me as the type who's going to come in, give it 100% and make this thing happen. I think this movie was just a big budget, like high concept movie that was being made during a pandemic, and in the middle of it all, that's when this pandemic struck, and they've just had a hard time making it happen, you know? I mean, it's an American film being made in another country during a pandemic and all this other crazy shit going on, and that's what's causing all the issues with it. And they finally got the thing done after a year. Because think about it, there's been other movies that have been being made during this thing, but what other like legit big budget tentpole movies were being made pretty much throughout the entirety of this pandemic? I mean, there might be some other ones, but this is it. I mean, this is a comic book superhero movie, more or less, being made during this thing. I think that's where it all came from. And people just wanted something to be happening, and it wasn't. And they weren't happy with just, it's all COVID related. But I'm happy to see that the movie finally wrapped. I'm interested to see what Pattinson's going to do. I've been a big fan of his since quite a while back. I thought he had a couple of I'm not going to say questionable, just not my thing, roles that he did shortly after Twilight that kind of fell into that kind of sort of same category. But he quickly got away from those and started doing some more indie fare and just some more projects you could tell probably meant more to him. The guy's probably got enough money to live off the rest of his life and not really have to worry about it. So I get the feeling that he just decided, I don't need money anymore. I'm going to go make the movies I want to make. And that's when he really started to shine. Things like Good Times, High Life was a fantastic movie. I'm blanking right now, but the guy's been in some great, The Rover with Guy Pearce. He was great in that. He's been in some really great, they are smaller movies, but nonetheless really great movies. And I was really looking forward to seeing him as Batman. And that little pseudo trailer we got about 6 months ago that really just showed some shots that they had of the film. None of it was even completed. I mean, it intrigued me. I like the look of it. It looked more of like a gritty kind of take on Batman, which we've gotten that before. Batman's always kind of been the dark character, but I liked the direction it looked like they were going, and that part at the end of the trailer where he beat the ever-living fucking shit out of that guy. I love that. I love that the guy's talking shit, and he just fucking knocked the fuck out of him and started beating the ever-living shit out of him. Because Batman, while, yes, he has killed, he traditionally doesn't kill. He will beat the fuck out of a motherfucker, and I like that. I thought that was awesome. It's like all that rage inside of him just comes out through his fist. That was really fucking cool. So I'm looking forward to this. Matt Reeves has made some great flicks as well. This whole cast is really interesting to me. I like Paul Dano. He was in one of my all-time favorite movies, There Will Be Blood. Looking forward to him there. I see him as the Riddler. That really, I see that. Andy Serkis, once again, the second time we talked about him tonight, as Alfred. I could see that as well. And I'm just everybody here. Zoe Kravitz, she's done some good stuff as Catwoman. I could see that. All these really fit. Colin Farrell as the Penguin doesn't fit, but I've seen the makeup that they put him in, so I guess it kind of does. Now, as I've mentioned on here before, I don't like the Penguin. Beyond that, I don't just dislike the Penguin. I really hate the Penguin, the character of the Penguin. So that was a little disheartening to hear that the Penguin was going to be in this movie. But who knows? Maybe he's not like a main bad guy. I don't know. We'll see. And, I mean, I like the Penguin portrayal in Gotham. So maybe he won't be as disgusting as penguins in the past. I just really fucking hate that character. But anyway, the Batman has finally wrapped. So they have approximately a year to work on post-production for that movie. So it should, they got plenty of time. They don't have to go shoot anything unless they do some pickups or anything. They got plenty of time to make it look good. Who knows? Maybe if they get it done early, because it usually doesn't take a fucking year, unless you're talking about an animated movie. It usually doesn't take a year to do post-production on a movie. Maybe they'll finish it early and decide, hey, why don't we release it a little early? As much as they're shifting movies around this year, you never know. I mean, it could happen. Nothing is too far out there nowadays. Nothing. I mean, I don't put anything beyond what studios are going to do as far as like moving movies around at this point. Now, going from one superhero or comic book character movie to another, our last story of the evening. This is kind of a funny story to me. It's not funny. It is fucking funny, actually, because they finally gave in. And Disney had to concede. And I'm not a huge fan of Disney. You kind of got to be a fan of Disney to a degree nowadays because they own so many of the big properties that if you want to see stuff, you kind of got to buy into them at least a little bit. But anytime, I feel like Disney gets a little bit too big for their britches, as they used to say. So anytime they got to eat a little crow and like kind of concede to something, I'm kind of like, yeah, there you go. Fucking take it. So I'm happy to see. I'm not happy that the movie has been delayed again, but I am happy to see that they're at least. I wasn't surprised by this delay, but I am happy to see that they at least finally are speaking some sense. And we're talking about, of course, Black Widow. Again, we may actually finally see this fucking movie because it has been, I think it was supposed to come out this time last year, or it's been delayed at least a year at this point. It may be more. It's been delayed so many times, but this movie's just been sitting on a shelf somewhere in a can, ready to go, and they just won't release it. And they've been talking about, I've reported on it here, how they have said Black Widow is not a VOD movie. It's a theater experience. It has to be experienced in theaters and yada, 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 yada. I love the theater experience. I really do. But get the fuck off your high horse, man. It's Black Widow. It's a Marvel movie. Yes, they want them to be big, just things. I get that. And they are. They're big movies, and a lot of them are entertaining, and that's great. But I really don't like when you try and put yourself above everybody else because we're Marvel. We only go to the theater, not fucking home video is below us. Well, apparently it's not below them anymore. Black Widow is moving to a July 9th. It was supposed to come out in May 7th, I believe it was. This is in May, and they were sticking hard to that until now. Again, Black Widow is moving to a July 9th release date, according to THR. But there's a bit of a caveat. A Disney Plus caveat. As many expected, the first Marvel Studios feature film since 2019 will find itself released on Disney Plus as a premiere access title, similarly to how the studio released Mulan and Raya and the Last Dragon. We'll talk more about this in a minute, but I think this is a great idea, and I think I mentioned this back when Mulan came out. Or was coming out, or I've mentioned it about Mulan, but moving on. But that doesn't mean theaters are left out in the cold. Much like those previous two films, Disney is going to release Black Widow on Disney Plus and in select theaters on the same date. Black Widow was supposed to be the start of Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That distinction ended up going to WandaVision earlier this year. And and offer a send-off for one of the founding Avengers stars, Scarlett Johansson. The film is a prequel that finally gives some much-needed backstory to Natasha Romanoff and seemingly sets up her successor, Yelena Belova, Florence Pugh. And now that Black Widow is seemingly in its final resting place on the release schedule, Marvel Studios can start the film side of Phase 4, which is also supposed to include Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Eternals, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and several more over the next few years. As of right now, after this shift, these other films have shifted as well, and they're all gonna be in real quick succession. These movies. This is probably like if they stick to these dates, this is the most Marvel movies you're gonna get in a small amount of time. I don't see them sticking to all these dates because listen to these dates. Shang-Chi, because they were supposed to be spaced out over the summer and next year. I don't know. They weren't this close together. Shang-Chi is slated for September 3rd, Eternals November 5th, and Spider-Man No Way Home December 17th. As of now, there's not a date for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness as of yet. That is just like bam, 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 like non-stop Marvel movies right there, because this one is September... Where'd it go? July 9th. Oh, I'm sorry. It's July 9th. Black Widow is July 9th, and then a couple of months later we get all these movies. Why are they cramming them all together right there? That's just a weird... They don't have any room to breathe. It's kind of like Marvel overload. I don't know. Maybe people are looking forward to that. Who knows? But yeah, going back to the beginning of this story where they said this is not the first time they've done this. You know, it's what they similarly did with Mulan and Raya the Last Dragon. Mulan was not a success when it came to Premier Access, and that's because they were asking people to watch this movie. To see this movie, you had to, first of all, you were paying for Disney. You had to pay for Disney Plus, but then you also had to pay an additional $30 fucking to see Mulan. And the same thing with Raya and the Last Dragon. Those movies are not, I mean, people are going to pay for them, yeah, but those movies are not going to get a lot of people paying that $30 extra price tag for those two movies. $20, maybe. I could see $20, but $30, they're not going to do that. But I said this way back when we were talking about Mulan. I said it in my Mulan review. Black Widow is the movie you need to do this with. Black Widow is what you need to release at that point. Well, I think even at that point you could have done select theaters, but on Disney Plus as Premier Access, because people would pay that $30 extra to see Black Widow. Would everybody? No, but a lot more people will pay to see the new Marvel movie over Mulan or Raya and the Last fucking Dragon. And I think we're going to find that out on July 9th. And what's going to happen is dependent upon how the theater situation is leading up to these other movies. If they stick to those release dates or anywhere near them, I think we might see a similar situation with them as well, at least some of them. Because I think people would pay that premium, because it's not just a premium, it's a premium price for these for a Marvel film. I mean, me myself personally, I feel like I'm kind of conflicted on Phase 4 of Marvel. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't feel as if there's a clear vision of it as of yet. And maybe that has to do with the pandemic and it just hasn't been communicated to us. I don't know. Everything after Endgame, I'm kind of, we'll see. And they have not made me feel any better about that since. There's been some good stuff. WandaVision, haven't seen it yet, but I've heard good things. I haven't heard bad things. I've heard WandaVision was either some people say, oh, it was really cool. And I've heard other people say, it's all right. I've heard more, it's all right, than it was great, but I haven't heard anybody say it was total dog shit. So there's that. Falcon and the Winter Soldier we'll talk about here in a minute, but there really hasn't been anything else. It was a Spider-Man movie. It was fine. So I don't know where the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going, and some of the comments they've made about where they want to go just overall as far as like from a business with Marvel now, or the MCU, do kind of raise some concerns for me, but we'll see. Once again, I don't know if they're ever going to be get to the heights of Endgame or the old like phase 2 and 3 or 1, 2, and 3 again, but I mean, we'll see. But either way, regardless of what I think, I do know that people would pay, because Marvel is still a very big thing, people would pay $30 to see these movies on Disney Plus, plus a Disney Plus subscription. Not Raya and the Last Dragon, not Mulan. It's not going to happen. I mean, that was dumb. Why wait all that time for... They're hoping to do gangbusters in theaters. It is not going to happen in 2021. If it does, it's at the end of the fucking year, at best. It's not going to happen this summer. This summer is not going to be... You're not going to have any billion-dollar movies, okay? I know they're like, we're Marvel, we make $1 billion a movie. Not this year. You just don't. And I think they're finally conceding and facing that to a degree, saying, okay, we'll put it on Disney and try and get that premium to get a boost in it. But just put the fucking movie out, man. Because clearly, since they shifted everything else, because I think the Shang-Chi movie was supposed to come out in June or July. It was supposed to come out around the time Black Widow is. But since they've pushed it out, clearly something in this Black Widow movie has to come before those movies. Those other movies can't happen until this one narratively, I'm thinking, because why would they shift all those out? Why not just go ahead and let them happen and Black Widow just come the fuck out whenever? But no, they want to keep Black Widow first. And there's a reason behind that, and I assume it's a narrative reason. But we'll find out on July 9th, I believe is what it said. We're going to, when we're finally going to see this fucking movie. This movie has been... It's been delayed so many times and so long. Last year on April 1st, I did an April 1st joke video on my channel about having a review for Black Widow. And it was already supposed to be out at that point. So, I mean, we're coming up on another April 1st, and it's still not here. And it was, I want to say it was even before that it was supposed to come out. I think it was originally like November of 2020 or something like that. I mean, or not 2020, November of 2019. I think it was supposed to come out 2019. I could be wrong, but I want to say this movie has been delayed a lot. But either way, we are finally getting, it sounds like July 9th is going to be the day we're finally going to get to see Black Widow. Me, myself, I really, really like the score in the trailer. I remember that. And the trailer looked fine. I mean, it'll probably be an entertaining film, I'm sure. Will it be the be-all, end-all? I don't know. You never know. But it just looks like it's going to be, hey, that was a pretty entertaining movie. And, you know, that's good enough. That's all I'm asking for out of a movie. So if it entertains me, I'll have a good time with it. We'll check it out July 9th. Now, before I jump into this little discussion here I'm going to do on this last part, that's all the news stories for the night. I got really just one more main thing to look at, and a couple of things to announce. I do have something. How many of you are in here? There's a few of you in here. Okay, you guys, the hardcore are still here. I probably should have announced these things in the beginning if I wanted people to know more about them. But you know what? I'm going to tell you guys first. You guys get to know all of it after this next part. I got some stuff to announce. I'm probably talking it up too much. I'm excited about it. That I am going to want you guys to go look at. But let's see what you guys are talking about over here. It's cold. Hate cold coffee. Oh, okay. You guys hadn't said much. You guys wanted proof of good grade. Oh, never got over Paul Dano as the pastor in There Will Be Blood. He pissed me off. Man, I love him in There Will Be Blood. Oh, I hate him. I love to hate him in There Will Be Blood. There Will Be Blood was so good. That is up there. That is in my top 10. I love that movie. Good. I'd have been smashing Zoe too. I know, right? I mean, how... I was watching... When I first heard about that story, I watched a channel excuse me, or I listen usually at work because he talks about a lot of movie stuff that I like. There's a guy named Mr. H Reviews, and he some things he goes on about it. I'm like, all right, whatever. But he'll hit these stories and stuff on a daily basis, and I don't necessarily report on all of them in this show, but I enjoy listening to what he's got to say, especially when he's reporting on a lot of U.S. stuff, but he's over in other countries, and I think that's interesting too. But he was talking, he's all about Batman, and he's been reporting on all this stuff. Oddly enough, I haven't seen him talk about this yet, but he was talking about that's where I heard about the first time I heard about Pattinson and Kravitz getting together and her apparently being pregnant and all this, and they were banging on the Batmobile, fucking on the Batmobile on set, and apparently there's video footage. Nobody's seen it though, and they caught it. He was caught by the director and all these other people. I don't know if they know how movie sets work. He was fucking her on the Batmobile, but like Mr. H said, he says, you know what? I mean, I don't believe this for a minute, and I don't either. That seems like too far out there. I don't believe, especially if you've seen that Batmobile. I mean, there's like shit coming all off of it and everything. But he's like, I don't believe this. But if he did, good on him, man. Not only is he smashing Zoe Kravitz, but on the hood of the fucking Batmobile, hell yes, that's a boss move. I gotta agree. I mean, if you're gonna do it big. That's how you do it, man. Lay that shit out on the fucking Batmobile. How many people can say they plowed that shit on the fucking hood of the goddamn Batmobile? If it did happen, I hope he did it in the Batman suit. Well, you can do it in it, but, you know, I hope he had part of it, at least the cape on. Maybe the cowl. That could be a little weird, but at least the cape. The cape's probably not even real. It's probably CGI. Well, I loved him in Surly. I don't think I've seen Surly. He's a great actor. You described it perfect. Yeah, he is a really good damn actor. He is one of those actors that I'm really like. I mean, because I, like most people, technically, I guess the first time I saw him was in Harry Potter 4. He was Duggery. What's his name? I forgot his first name. His last name was Duggery. The kid who died in Voldemort killed. Actually, no, I don't think Voldemort killed him. Wormtongue killed him. But maybe it was Voldemort. I think it was Wormtongue. But anyway, he died in the maze, the Goblet of Fire. I think that's the fourth one. But I knew him. He was in that. That's probably the first time I ever saw him that I remember. But we all know him from Twilight. That's where he blew up. And Twilight was what it was. But after that, man, he's just been a fantastic actor. He was even in I've said this before, but he was in this movie called I think it was called Cosmopolitan or Cosmo something. It's a David Cronenberg movie, oddly enough. Not your average David Cronenberg movie. But he was fantastic in that. I hated the fucking movie. I thought the movie was terrible. It was like just the whole movie was him. He was like this rich guy riding around New York, I think it was, all day in a limousine doing business and talking to people and all this shit. It was just a bore fest. I was like, oh my God, is anything going to happen here? Stuff happens, but it doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's just really fucking out there. But he was great. He was great in it. Movie sucked, but he is great. High Life, too. That's a little-known movie that people should check out. He's fantastic in that. I really like that movie. All right, well, you guys aren't as talkative now. I get it. It's getting later. Everybody's getting a little bit more tired here in Nashville. It's 9 minutes till midnight. So I'm going to talk about this next thing for just a few minutes, and then we're going to move into the outros and the plugs and those two things I want you guys to take a look at. And then we'll get out of here. I think that's all I got. But yeah, I wanted to try this Falcon and the Winter Soldier thing, I don't know if I'm prepared to actually go set up my studio, get ready, get in front of the lights, turn everything on, full on edit a whole entire thing, a video just for a TV show like or weekly. Yet I'm not there yet. I want to see how it does. So I figured I'd do it here, clip it out of here, put it out there, see what people say. I know the show came out on Friday, I think is what I heard. I'm not sure when it became available, but I watched it last night because I was thinking about it over the weekend, and I was like, why not? There's only 6 episodes, 6 or 7. I think it's only gonna be 6 episodes. They're 45 hours long. I know that I at some point want to watch it. I could put it on, and it's no skin off my back. I can make 45 minutes happen. So I'll do it, see how it does, and who knows, maybe more TV shows to come. I get requests for TV shows. I get requests to do reviews of TV shows, so this could be the beginning. Alrighty. And got that, and turn that off. Okay. Here we go. So that will do it for the news of... Fuck that all up. I like how I if I fuck up the beginning, I'll stop and redo it. But when it comes to, like, in the middle of me talking, I fuck up, I just move on in this thing. When I'm shooting videos, it's nothing like that. I repeat stuff so much. If you saw how long my videos were in raw footage form. Anywho. So that'll about do it for the news this week. Hope you guys enjoyed that. It was a few more stories than usual, but just a lot of stuff happened this past week. Nothing huge, I guess, but just lots of things I wanted to talk about. And there were a lot more things I just had to take out. But this is what I took it down to. A little bit longer show than usual, I know. But, hey, these were things I wanted to talk about. I didn't want to wait till next week to talk about. And so there you go. Now, one more thing this week I did want to talk about. I'm trying something a little bit different here on the podcast and on the channel. I am going to, instead of taking a look at trailers and doing some reactions to those, I'm going to talk about a TV show. TV shows have not been a staple of my channel since it started. I've been primarily movies, but I have had requests to take a look at various TV shows, and I haven't yet gotten there. So I decided, well, we got the Falcon and the Winter Soldier starting up this week. It's a big one. Give it a shot. I'll try it out and see what happens. So I decided to give that one a watch. I watched it last night. It just came out the other day, and I figured every week here on the JARcast, I will give a review of the most recent episode and just take it from there and see what happens. And who knows, maybe more TV show reviews will be coming in the future of the Jacob Anders Reviews YouTube channel. So, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Episode 1. Well, first of all, we're going to have no spoilers in the first part. And then later on, I will do spoilers. And nothing really spoilery here, but I'll talk about more stuff in detail. But this first half will be no spoilers. And just skip to here if you want to see the spoilers, and I will let you know when spoilers are incoming so you can skip it if you haven't seen the show yet. But from a non-spoiler side of things, as I mentioned before, if you follow the channel, I was a big fan of the MCU, and I'm still a fan, but ever since Endgame kind of capped all that off, I haven't been, it seems like it's been a bit disjointed since then. I don't know what their purpose, what their direction is. They haven't really let us know that, like, in good detail. There's lots of stuff out there. There's lots of, it could be this, it could be that, they could be doing that, but no one really knows. We don't know what direction they're going. And honestly, after watching this show, I still don't know. But I did enjoy where the show went. Overall, I enjoyed the show. It wasn't quite what I expected. I'll give it that. It had a little bit of what I expected, but it wasn't full on what I expected. It gave me a little bit, a little more than I was expecting, honestly, or at least something a little different. This show is not as nearly as action heavy as I was expecting. It's got some action moments in it, especially the beginning. It starts off with a bang, and it's within the first few minutes, there's a hell of an action scene that's you're watching it, and I was just like, that does not say TV to me. If you told me I was watching a movie called The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I would believe it, because this show does not have the traditional hallmarks of a show, besides, of course, being long form. This is very high quality. This is MCU. This is Marvel movie level production here. There's that big action scene in the beginning. There is a lot of stuff going on, lots of effects, and it all looks fantastic, and it is really exciting. It's in that typical Marvel kind of tongue-in-cheek kind of good time, but it's a bit more violent than some of the Marvel movies have been. It's not, just gore and blood and guts all over the place, but there's a few shots in it that are kind of like, oh, well, okay, that was a bit more violent than I'm used to in the MCU. Nothing too bad, nothing you got to put the kids to bed for or anything like that, but it was just the tone of it all. There was a bit more murder than I was used to. So I did kind of like that. That was unexpected. And it was an exciting scene. Now, after that, we go into really the vast majority of what this episode is all about, and that's getting to know our characters, or getting to know our characters again. Bucky Barnes and Sam, the Falcon. I can't remember his last name in the show, but we get to know these two characters again. We see where they're at. Both of them, of course, were part of, as they've named it in this, the blip. I like the snap better, but whatever. They both were gone for that 5-year period and then reappeared, and we get to see what it's like for them, especially the Falcon, to be here one day, gone, and then reappear in a world where there are other people that they went on. These people went on for 5 years of their life, and you weren't there. We get to see that a lot more here. I thought that aspect was really interesting. We get to see stuff with his family, his extended family, and how their lives went on, and he wasn't there, and now he's trying to be a part of that. And, there is still a little bit, you almost get a bit of, like they're somewhat, not mad, but they've had a hard time. That was a hard 5 years. This only takes place, I think they said, just a couple of months after Endgame, or after the snap is reversed. This takes place shortly after that. So everything that happened in the end of Endgame is still fairly fresh here. We get the Falcon decides to, as we know in the end of Endgame, he receives Captain America's shield. He puts it in a museum. He says, this was his shield. This was his thing. While we do need heroes, this belonged to him. There is only one Captain America, and I'm not him. So he puts it up to be in this big Captain America kind of museum they got going on. And that was pretty cool, because it's like, okay, so that kind of answered a question for us early on that everybody was wondering which one of them is going to get the shield. Now, that's clearly going to come up again in this show, as we'll get to later on. But I like that aspect of it. Then we transition over to Bucky, and we see how not only is he dealing with the fact that he's been gone for 5 years, but he's also, even more so than that doesn't seem to bother him that much, because think about it, he didn't really have that many connections prior to the snap or the blip, whatever. He was kind of a man out of time already. He's dealing more with the fact that he's 106 years old or whatever, really. He was put on ice, brought out, an assassin. He'd kill a bunch of people. He remembers this stuff. He has dreams about it. He's got PTSD, essentially. And he's been let out, even though, he did do those things. I guess the government acknowledges, hey, it wasn't your fault. But he has to, go and see a shrink, and he has to go talk to her about, his dreams and how he's doing and stuff like that. As long as he does that, he's allowed to be free. But he's really just a secluded guy. He doesn't really... He talks to, one guy, this old man, and that's it. And we get to see how he's really tormented by the things he did when he was the Winter Soldier. Even though it wasn't really him, it was mind control. He still dreams about these things. He has nightmares about them. It keeps him awake. And he also is really dealing with the fact that all those years, that really the vast majority of his years on this earth, he was a puppet, and he was frozen, brought back, lots of murder and all this, all those things. Did a really good job of showing how he's conflicted about these things. One of the things that really surprised me about the show was this. I don't really consider this much of a spoiler, but these two characters, the whole Falcon and Winter Soldier thing that we've seen in the trailer and everything, that doesn't happen yet. This is about them. This is purely about these guys. This episode is wholly about getting to know these two characters. So later on, I'm assuming we'll be able to get more into the Marvel-y stuff and, understand these characters more. We do get an introduction to what I assume will either be the villain of the show or at least one of the villains. It's a fairly quick introduction. I'm not familiar with this character who it is. I thought the character was going to be somebody else, or I thought the main villain was going to be somebody else based on the trailer. I don't think this is who that character was, but I guess it could have. You never know, but I don't think that's who it was, not given where we last saw that character in the MCU. I don't know. We'll find out. We don't get a lot on this villain. It's just kind of an introduction. We get a little small taste of what this character is capable of, and then things go on. But yeah, man, that was ultimately what the show was. It's fairly simple. It's just getting to know these two characters. And we get a pretty cool, admittedly really cool extended action scene in the beginning with the Falcon. But beyond that, it's just these two guys trying to make it through life, both of which being men out of time. That's the theme. These two guys are trying to make it in a world that they've been out of touch with for a while. Bucky seeing as how he was the Winter Soldier and frozen over all those years, and Sam because he was in part of the blip. He just disappeared, and everyone he knew and loved kept on moving on, and he came back suddenly, and 5 years just lost. So I really liked how it showed that, and it did take that time. I will give them that. They had the balls for their first episode to have it be a character piece in a Marvel property. I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't. I was expecting a lot more action and spectacle. And while we did get a bit of that, we got a taste of that. And I think that was really smart. I think that it showed me that this show is going to, at least so far, it seems like it will be concerned with character. And that's what really sells shows, and movies too, but especially long-form TV shows. It's all about the characters, and it really put the time in to show these characters and let us get to know them or get to know them again and build a connection to them and know more about where they're at right now and what they're going through. But it also showed in that beginning, hey, this is still Marvel, and here's our production, and we're not taking the easy route. It's not gonna be all that, because let's give you a taste of what's to come. And that action scene in the beginning was really cool. And if you saw that, it would fit inside of one of their big budget Hollywood, summer theatrical movies with any other scene. It was really good. It's really exciting. Overall, I did enjoy The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I thought it was a good time. I don't know what I was exactly expecting out of it, but it actually gave me a little bit more. Like I said, it gave me a lot more character, and that's what stories are. That's what sells a show. And I thought they did a really good job of that, showing us what these characters are about. It had some of those MCU quips in it, but it wasn't quite as quippy as some of the other MCU things have been. And I appreciated that, because that can start to wear on you at a time. It was a bit more lighthearted than, say, something like, I don't know, the DCEU. I mean, I watched this probably the day after I watched, or a day or two after I watched Zack Snyder's Justice League. It ain't that. It's not like that dark. It's not really particularly dark, but it's not quite as kind of tongue-in-cheek quippy as some of the other MCU has been up to this point. And I did appreciate that. It was a nice, refreshing look. And I am excited, or at least looking forward to episode 2 and see where they go from here. We've gotten to know these characters again. We see where they're at. I'm ready for the next stage. I want them to progress. If each episode here on out, they progress and move forward, then I'll be happy with this show. And I am interested in seeing where they take this, where they go. They haven't really set up that arc of the show yet. We don't really know. You don't get a lot in this first episode. Like I said, you just get these characters, get to know them, and I'm assuming next episode maybe we'll get the beginnings of that arc of what the show is going to be really all about. But I'm looking forward to it. I recommend checking it out. It's only about 45 minutes long. Really, if you take the credits out, it's only about 40 minutes long. There's some long as hell credits in this thing. But if you're a fan of Marvel, I think you're going to enjoy this. However, I think you may be taken back a bit by how after that first action scene, there's not really much action in it. It is very character driven, but that's not a bad thing. Just know this is a TV show, and I'm sure we're going to get more action, but action doesn't sell a show. The characters do, and I think they did a really good job with the characters here, and I do recommend checking out The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Now, let's talk spoilers for just a minute. So if you don't want any spoilers for this show, there's not a whole lot to spoil here, by the way. The last shot kind of, but there's nothing that's like world ending, like some of the stuff from WandaVision. So if you're really opposed to spoilers, I'm only going to go on for about a couple of minutes here. So mute it or something like that, or come back to this after you've seen it. But when it comes to spoilers for this thing, there's really only a couple, and that would be that I almost mentioned it, but I decided not to in the spoiler review, or in the spoiler-free part of this review. Bucky and Sam never come together in this. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier never meet in this show or in this episode. We do not see them coming together as of yet. This is literally just about these two guys. Not once do they meet. They're not even spoken about in the same scene except for one single time when Bucky's therapist says you haven't been accepting any calls from anyone. Sam's tried to call you a bunch of times. You haven't accepted his. That's it. There's no other cross between these characters whatsoever. It's all about them singularly until they're going, of course, inevitably, they are going to come together. I liked that. I thought that was very unexpected to me. I kept waiting, okay, when's the part when they're going to get together? I was enjoying what I saw, but I was just like, okay, it's running out of time. Are they just going to come together in the last scene? No, they're not. It's, I assume, next episode they're going to come together. So I did. I thought that was unexpected. I thought they were going to jump into that whole Falcon Winter Soldier thing and kind of the two like doing a buddy comedy kind of buddy cop thing. That's what it seemed like the show was going to be a bit like, or the trailer was going to be. It made it seem like it was going to be. So it was kind of neat that they didn't jump right into that. Also, the whole shield thing in the beginning, apparently Sam gets screwed over by, I guess, the government because he puts it up there. He says, I'm not going to, Captain America clearly wanted one of them, and it had kind of been passed on to Sam, the Falcon, to be the new Captain America, or to take up the mantle of the shield. He passes it off and he says, it's not for me, it's not for anybody. We're going to put it in this museum. And, everybody's like, oh, that was a great thing that you did. And even the people over the museum and the higher-ups in the government, they were like, yes, that was the right thing. You did the right thing. Well, of course, right there at the end of the show, we see on the television, he sees that they're having an event, and those same people are introducing what turns out to be the new Captain America. And this guy just shows up, and he walks out. And he has the goofiest looking face. He's wearing Captain America's, or at least a suit that's similar to Captain America's, and he's got the shield and everything. The helmet, or the face part, that I don't think Captain America's really worn since, the Winter Soldier? The beginning of the Winter Soldier, I guess? But that helmet or mask thing he's wearing, it looks like it's like slightly too big for him, and I think that was purposely because he looks kind of... But he really reminded me when this guy shows up on screen. And of course, everybody's like, oh my, they took it. And that was like really shitty of them. But I mean, were we really surprised? I mean, that seems like the kind of thing that they would do, anyway. But, that's the big reveal in the end, that oh, they screwed him over, got the shield from him, he turned it over to them, and they went and just made their own Captain America. But he looks like the same guy or the Captain America from the 1990 Captain America movie. If you're not familiar with that, don't watch it, but just look up pictures and you'll see what I'm talking about. He looked like the guy from that, and he came. Well, I don't think it is. That guy would be much older now, but he walks out and just kind of has this face like that, and it's like, I don't know if that was intentional to kind of make him look goofy or not, but he certainly does look goofy. It's not really me saying a bad thing about it. I kind of found it humorous. It was kind of like a oh my moment, but at the same time, I was like, oh my, look at that guy. He looks like a fucking goofball. So I don't know where they're gonna take that. If this guy is gonna be like maybe going around and doing his Captain America thing, and they're going to meet up like in the field somewhere, and he's going to be like, I'm Captain America, back off, or something like that. I don't know. Clearly, Sam didn't want the shield, so he passed it off, and I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go with that. It was kind of a bit of a, oh, shit moment, but it wasn't. It was more like a, oh, damn moment instead of like an, oh, shit moment. Who knows where they're going to go with it. Maybe it'll have more relevance after we see what they're going to do with that. Beyond that, there wasn't a ton. Oh, well, there is the one thing. The guy that Bucky, the one guy he talks to is this old Asian man. And he's the only guy he ever really hangs around, apparently, and speaks with. They go and like get dinner and things like that. And the man is always, or he's reminiscing about his son who was murdered at some place, and he was told, need to know basis, there's nothing. He was murdered. We find out that Bucky is the one who murdered him when he was the Winter Soldier. He was on a mission, and this guy's son was just wrong place, wrong time at a museum or something like that, and Bucky shot him and killed him, and total cold blood. But he was the Winter Soldier. He was under mind control. Just, take out all the witnesses. But he kills this guy, and then his best friend is sitting there talking about how my son, and that's when we make the connection is, oh, that was the kid he killed, or the young man he killed was this guy's son. And this guy doesn't know how. He just knows he was killed in a situation, and the governments won't give him any more information about it. But Bucky knows. It leads you to believe, is that why Bucky, I mean, what are the chances? If I think that Bucky is actually, he sought this man out because he does have this list where he's going down and trying to right all his previous wrongs, and he's going to people and saying, I wronged you, and I'm sorry, blah blah blah, like the whole my name is Earl thing. And most of the people he's doing were actually like bad people he wronged, so he goes and kind of gets like vindication, but he's at the same time like, that's not me anymore, sorry, but you're an ass and you're going to jail or whatever. He does that to a character. But I'm thinking maybe he ran across this man, and this is his way of righting that wrong, is spending time with him and speaking with him and all this. Or maybe he just hasn't, built up the courage to say something to him yet, and he developed a friendship with him, and he's the only person he's able to talk to. I don't know. We don't really know how they met, how they came together. But that's what I'm thinking. I think that that's going to be a thing later on, kind of like it was with Tony and Captain America and him and the... in Civil War, not Civil War, the Winter Soldier. So I'm thinking that's going to come up at some time, the whole thing. Or maybe it won't. Maybe they won't be that contrived where they bring that up, and we'll just know that that's something. Because that scene right there was enough. That was enough for us to know, oh, this is his way of making amends with this man because he killed his son. He's here to, spend time with this lonely old man and put all his time with him. And maybe that's the only friendship he's been able to really develop since he died back in World War II the first time. So, I would like for them to leave it there. I mean, the old man could be in it more, but I feel like there's going to be a scene where the old man's going to find out, somebody's going to say something, and he's going to be like, or so, there's going to be a scene where he finds out that you did kill my son. I don't think that that's needed, though. I think that we all know that's what happened, and it just illustrates how Bucky's mind works and how he's really bothered by these awful things he did, and he wants to make amends. He doesn't know how, and he's doing the best he can. And I think that that's good enough, man. Leave it there. I think that would say a lot more to me about the underlying writing style of the people that are writing this show, and how that would be better writing to me, to leave that subtlety in there and never really bring it up, instead of having some contrived plot where the old man finds out Bucky did it and rejects him and all that. I mean, that's not needed. That's where I expect it to go. So if we get to season or episode 6 or 7, whatever the last episode is going to be, and that doesn't happen, I will be happy to report that, hey, they took the high ground and they said, hey, you guys are smart enough to understand that he's doing this for this reason, and this guy's, he's torn up about it. That's why he's going on about it. That's really the only spoilers in this thing. The only things I wouldn't mention about the show. Like I said, not a lot happened in the show, but at the same time, a lot happened, if that makes any sense. It didn't, not a lot of events happened, but we did learn a lot about these characters. And I did, I appreciated that. We learned a lot about, Sam and his sister and her son, or sons, and where the family house and the boat that they own is they're having to sell it and wanting to get a loan, and how they go to the bank to get a loan, and even though he's an Avenger, and the guy's like, oh, you're an Avenger, da 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 da, but since apparently Avengers don't have steady income, we find that out too, that they can't give him a loan, and the guy's like, well, you haven't had any type of financial history for the past 5 years. He said, yeah, no, I've been gone with all the other people, the other half of the world, for the past 5 years. And the guy's like, well, sorry about that. Sorry about your luck, but we can't do business with you. And I was like, you know what? That's how a fucking bank is. That is exactly what they would do. Knowing something like this happened, they would still be like, well, yeah, we know that happened, and that sucks. And yeah, half the rest of the world was in the same boat, but not our fault. Sorry. So, but yeah, beyond those things, there's just not much else spoiler-wise to talk about here. But as I said in the first part of the review, I do suggest checking it out. It wasn't the most bombastic Marvel thing you've ever seen, but I thought it was a really neat little character piece, and I am interested to see where they're going to go with it from here. I hope they stay on track, and I hope the next 5 episodes are entertaining. So yeah, that was the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I honestly did enjoy it more than I thought I would. It didn't blow my mind, but it did have some little interesting things I wasn't expecting out of a Marvel property, honestly. Let's go up here. Before we do these, we're going to do a couple of rundowns. This last part before we get out of here. See what's Caden Christensen here. What's up, Caden? Coming in right here at the end. I got a couple more things to talk about. Happy to see you, though. You ride it out with us. How have we been doing? We've been doing good. I've been doing good. Stream went down for a little bit, but beyond that, I've been doing good. This is a long show, man. I've had a lot of... my shows are always pretty long, but it hasn't been because I've been talking to everybody. It's been because I had a shit ton of stories. Just did a impromptu review of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, episode 1. I'm going to try and do a TV show and see how it works out. Short's getting out of here. Hey, Short, don't leave yet. I was going to show you something in a minute I wanted you to check out. Nah, I understand. If you got to get out of here, you got to get out of here. It's all good. Thanks for hanging out, Short. I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll probably mention these things tomorrow night, too, I'll start talking about them a bit more. Hell Knight said, as a person who doesn't like the Winter Soldier or the Falcon, I probably won't watch this show. Well, I can't say that I was a huge fan of either of those characters. I didn't dislike them. I just was kind of indifferent to them. I liked... Really, no, that's where I was. I didn't really think that... I didn't dislike... I like Anthony Mackie. And even Sebastian Stan is... I like those actors, I guess. They're fine. But those characters just haven't really been, overly developed in the MCU up to this point, even though the Winter Soldier was the title character of the fucking movie. But, I mean, he was kind of mute most of the time. But we just haven't gotten a tremendous amount from those characters, and I think that they did a pretty good job here of actually fleshing those characters out more. So I mean, I think it would be if you hated them for some reason. No, you're probably not going to change your mind here. But if you just were like me, you're just kind of like, I mean, they just didn't do. They were just, one more character in this huge amount of characters, because both of them came about right around the time when the Marvel movies all were just ended up starting being like these big, huge extravaganzas of heroes. It was no longer the one single hero movies anymore, with the exception of Captain Marvel, which we ain't gonna talk about that one. But it was all about, like, every one of them ended up being like this big, huge, like, just there's so many characters in it, nobody could get, only one or two could get out of character development, and they weren't the ones. So if that's where you stand on it, I'd say, yeah, check it out. If you just thought that they weren't very well developed, I think they do a better job of starting to develop them here. And I don't know, the show could go to shit, but I like where it started. I'll give it that. If this was a movie, if they took this season, which I think they said the season is going to be 6 hours long, so 6 episodes approximately. If they took this 6-hour season and condensed it down to a movie, I would say that this episode would be the first 20 minutes. Give or take. Of course, I joined the stream as soon as it's ending. Well, I got a couple of more things to talk about, but yeah, all the stories and all the big stuff is already done. Jacob, what is your favorite show? Mine is 2.5 Men. Well, I don't watch, like, I do watch TV, but I don't watch a lot of shows that are like air as they air. This is actually this Falcon and the Winter Soldier thing I'm trying right now. This is the first time I don't do that because I'm very impatient. But just like shows from the past and stuff that I really like. My favorite show ever was the remake, the 2003, I think it was, Battlestar Galactica. That was a fantastic show. That was a good show from beginning to end. And while the ending is really, like, some people will tell you it was like the worst ending ever, I thought it was one of the best damn endings ever if you look at it the right way. We're not going to look at it the right, just the way I viewed it. Actually, when I saw it, I was like, man, this is the best ending ever. This is such a good ending to this show. I was just, like, kind of caught off guard by it, and I thought everybody was going to really like it. And then I started hearing, not everybody, but you had people, like, trashing it. And I was like, how could you trash that? That was awesome. But, yeah, I like that. I mean, there's other shows I've liked. I like, there's a show that used to come on HBO called Oz. I really like that show, too. It was like a man soap opera. It was so melodramatic, but it was awesome. It was like a rated R, like super hardcore rated R man soap opera in prison. Trying to think of what else. I mean, Battlestar Galactica has always been my go-to. I mean, there's other shows I like. Right now, I'm currently watching, like, when I say watching, like, oh, I have nothing else to watch, and I'll sit down slowly watching Into the Borderlands. It was an AMC show that I'd heard about when it came out, and it seemed interesting, but it's like all of them are on Netflix now, so I'm checking that out. It's pretty cool. It's got some really cool fight choreography in it. I remember when my mom got me a RoboCop action figure as a 6-year-old. At the time, I threw him out the window, stepped on him, hit against other toys, and the day he broke, I shattered. Well, damn. So, like, you didn't appreciate him until he was gone? I have to go to bed, Jacob. I will you for tomorrow, Five Nights at Freddy's live stream. All right, cool, man. Hopefully, my internet is not as wonky tomorrow night, so it doesn't, like, flip its shit. But that will be one game live stream that I will be re-uploading afterwards, also edited down a bit. So even if I'm hoping tomorrow night's smooth, we're having a little bit of weather tonight here, but tomorrow's not supposed to be. So I wasn't gonna say there'll be a cleaner version afterwards, just like of this one. This one was a little rough there for a bit. But thanks for dropping by for a few minutes, man. All right, let me jump into this last part and tell you guys about these couple of things I got and 2 new things for the channel. Uh-oh. No, there's still some in there. There we go. Okie doke. I'm going to blow through these last things and we'll get to this that I want you guys to check out if you want. Oh, I skipped this. That needs to go away. We're not going to do them. Skipping that. Ooh, I need to set that up. Hang on. Before I do that, I need to set something up real quick. Let me take a second. Yeah, there we go. And these. Show you guys this. Probably should have had this set up earlier. No. Oh shit. Yeah, when I do this stuff on the fly, it's just super professional, I know. Thought I already had this set up. Guess not. Okay, cool. Right? Yeah. Right on. All right. Take that down. Take that down. Okay, doke. Oh no! You're not supposed to see that. Ooh. Hope you guys couldn't see that. You weren't supposed to see that yet. Okay. All right, here we go. So hope you guys... Oop, camera's right there. So hope you guys enjoyed that little review or kind of impromptu review. Like I said, I'm going to do that over the course of the next couple of weeks as this show comes out. See how it does, and if it does well, maybe I'll start doing more TV show reviews as they come out. Only other thing we've got this week really is releasing this week. As of today, March 23rd, we have Doors, which we have looked at on this channel and this show before, came out today, and Malibu Road. I'm not familiar with Malibu Road, but The Doors is something I will be checking out. It is going to be a little bit earlier next week before I get a review out of that, because I just got behind on some other stuff. Now, March 26th, aka Friday this week, we have Nobody, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. That actually got pushed back. It was supposed to be coming out April 2nd, and it got pushed back a week, which is good, I guess, but I wasn't expecting it. 6 Minutes to Midnight. I'm not familiar with that. I have heard of it, but I don't know what it is. The Seventh Day. Haven't heard good things about that little horror movie. And Shoplifters of the World. That's another one I don't know anything about. If any of these sound interesting to you, go check them out either today or on Friday when they come out. And as I mentioned, Doors and Nobody, I will absolutely be checking out here on the channel as over the course of the next few days. Now, that's about all I've got this week as far as the JARcast goes. What I'm working on the channel, as far as reviews go, I'm still working on kind of the video game movie review ranking videos and other things to kind of cap off that series. Got a bit behind on it, but that is coming soon. I have a review for a film called Drive All Night. That is a very interesting movie that is already shot and mostly edited. That will be coming very soon, if not tomorrow, the next day. Nobody, as I mentioned earlier. Two more really interesting movies I got my hands on. I've already watched one. The other one I will be watching Thursday. One is called The Tangle, and the other one called Embryo, both of which are coming out here soon, and I will be having reviews of those up this week as the week goes on. Tomorrow night on Retro Wednesday, I will be doing Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted. Check that out. I tried this one a few months back. Didn't work out so hot. This time with my new computer, it should be able to make it happen unless YouTube and my internet there at Comcast decide to be dumb. Beyond that, though, I don't have much else. I did have two more things, though, that I wanted you guys to check out, just to kind of some new ventures I'm trying out here on the channel. For the channel, for the brand, I should say. They're not big things. They're just some little things I thought, well, other people are doing it. Been thinking about doing these for a while just to kind of give it a shot and see what it does. It's not a tremendous amount more work for me because it is taking stuff that I already have on my channel and repurposing it. And I'm talking about, I have started a second YouTube channel that has current videos that I've made but cut to a shorter version of themselves, and it is called the JAR60 channel. JAR60. They are 60-second movie reviews in a landscape, or not landscape, in a portrait mode that will be part of YouTube's Shorts new thing that they do, where when you're looking on YouTube, especially on mobile, sometimes you'll see the short shelf. It's just a bunch of looks like TikTok videos up there pretty much up top. It's that. They show up in other places as well. It is just heavily edited versions of the reviews I've already done. Whether I'm going to put other stuff up there or not, I don't know as of yet. Maybe. But right now, I'm just, whenever I finish editing a review, I've got quite a few of them built up. I'm doing one a day for the next week. I'm just uploading one a day to see how it is, to kind of have a steady flow. But I would like, as you see here, I only have, let me pull it up here where I can see it. I have one subscriber, and I bet you can't guess who that subscriber is. So I just started this, not yesterday, but the day before. I have not told anyone about it. I haven't put it out there. I just started the damn thing and put it out there. Now, these videos typically don't pick up a tremendous amount of traction unless you make it onto what they call the short shelf. And I figured that maybe if I could just release enough of them, eventually I will make it onto the short shelf. And hopefully this channel could drive more traffic to my main channel. Or maybe people will find, enjoyment in these shorter, quicker versions of them. Because I feel like I get all the main points, at least more of an overview of the reviews in these reviews. So if it sounds like something you'd be interested in, check them out. They are presented in this
Arch Enemy
fashion.
Stars Joe Manganiello, Skyland Brooks, Zoli Griggs,
Right
and
here.
Glenn Howerton.
Let's mute that. As you can see, they're all presented like this. So it's just heavily edited down from reviews that are already on my channel. Nothing new at the moment, but it takes a little bit of effort, but it's not like an insane amount of effort going into those. But I would appreciate it if any of you guys would check that out, and if you would like to subscribe, I would appreciate that greatly. That'd be awesome. Maybe give a few views. If not, I understand. I don't want to beg for subscribers ever, but if you see some value in those 60-second reviews, absolutely go check them out. As I said, it is JAR60. If you just type that in, you'll find it right here. Oh, I have 3 subscribers. Some of you have already gone there. Thank you very much, whoever did it. I really appreciate it. I feel like I'm starting new again. I forgot how many like options you don't have open to you when you're having like such a fresh YouTube channel. How many things you can't do, like through the analytics and how many other things. However, I will say that since I don't have ads and all this other crap to worry about on these, they're really easy to upload because I can't really do much. So yeah, new channel. It's kind of the same channel, but it's, you know, just repurposing some stuff. Just want to see how it performs. We'll see. I mean, I'll do this for a while. I'm pretty hard-headed. I'll probably do it longer than I should. And if it doesn't pick up, then maybe I'll let it go. But if it does, who knows? Maybe it'll drive some traffic to my main channel, or maybe this one will take off. Doubt it, but if it drives any traffic to my main channel, that's great. Now, on top of that, I also, while I was doing this, I said, you know what? Why not get a TikTok? So I just took these exact same videos, and as I upload them to the other one, I upload them to TikTok as well, or vice versa. So I'm having a little bit more success on TikTok, but once again, I don't know how to gauge success on TikTok because, like, this video has 865 views. If I have a video that has 865 views on YouTube after, 3 days, I'm like, yes, that was successful. I've had videos that do that, but most of my videos don't hit that kind of success rate that quickly. And if I had that, I'd be, yeah, that's successful. But TikTok is a different ballgame altogether. That's probably actually pretty low for TikTok. Either way, 865 people have at least seen my face and know that I exist on TikTok, and that's all I'm going for. But yeah, if any of you are on TikTok and you're looking for a little bit more of me and you want to see shortened versions of me on TikTok, then check it out. Now, on here, I have been tempted. I'm not going to do any dumbass dances or any of that shit that they do on TikTok that's so popular, but I have been tempted because it is so easy and quick to throw something on TikTok through their app. I've been tempted to maybe expand a bit on here and put some other shorter videos here or there as things pop in my head. Will that happen? I don't know. Will it most likely happen? Probably, because I like to try things at least once. So we'll see what happens. You maybe get a little bit more of me here. Maybe I'll fall in love with TikTok. I don't know. My wife loves it. I've not really spent a lot of time on TikTok, so forgive me if you look at this and say, what the hell are you doing? But I'm going to be spending a bit more time on there. Neither of these are going to become my main channel by any means. My channel is my Jacob Anders reviews will always be my main venture out here in this social media world that we got going on, or whatever you want to call it. It's always going to be my main venture for sure. These are all things that just lead to hopefully more for that channel. And that's about it. I would appreciate any follows, views, likes, subscriptions, and all that good stuff on any of those, and hopefully I'll see them grow and just bring more here to the channel. Alrighty, guys, before I jump out of here and do my final little spiel and hit that outro button and look here and see what's going on. I remember I have to go. Okay, Caden Christensen got out of here. Hell Knight, you should react to the surfing scene in Die Another Day. I know what scene you're talking about. I haven't seen that movie in quite a while, but I've seen that scene shows up a lot on like top 10 videos and stuff like that. It's usually top 10 bad things videos. Don't forget to email me. Oh yeah, I will. I will do that right after I get off of here, actually. Short said, okay, I'm still here. My what? Oh, my melatonin hasn't kicked in yet. All right, cool. Great, Short. Look forward to the movie Nobody. Looks good. It does, and I know someone who's already seen it, and he said it was actually awesome, which I was expecting it to be at least somewhat entertaining, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it was just kind of but he said it's awesome, so I'm really looking forward to it now. Antonio just up. Thanks, Antonio. I appreciate that. What's up, Terrific? Welcome to the show as it's ending. But hey, I don't care. I appreciate you coming by either way. Check out my new side YouTube channel, JAR60, that I just showed, and my TikTok, which is under Jacob Anders Reviews. If you feel so inclined, hit the follow, likes, and subscribes and all that. I have found the algorithm is a bitch on YouTube, though, because until I get people say subscribers don't matter. Horseshit, they do. I don't think that they're the be-all, end-all. Views are the be-all, end-all, but you are not going to show up anywhere if you have no engagement. If you have no subscribers, you ain't going to have no fucking engagement. So I need to build up at least a little bit of a subscriber base. Ain't going to be like huge, but at least a little bit of a subscriber base on that second YouTube channel before I think any of those videos are going to have a chance in hell of seeing anything. I'm starving, says Antonio. Get that money, man. Well, I'll try. Sausage and peppers over brown rice, Antonio. Uh-oh, we're talking food now. I grilled chicken and steak and had cut roasted carrots and Brussels sprouts roasted in olive oil and salad. That's what I had. And nobody asking, but that's what the fuck I had. Quinoa. I have not. I try. This makes me look really bad as a chef, but I try because I was never trained in quinoa or anything like that. But I tried cooking with quinoa. Man, it's been a few years back now, and it was disastrous. Before I realized this is a filler, it is not the main. I tried to use it as a main ingredient or something. It just didn't work out good. But quinoa, from what I could tell, it needs to be more of a filler, and it's a very absorbent. So you put it in something especially sauce-based, and it will absorb the flavor, absorb the shit out of the flavor. Yum yum sauce, cool beans. No waiting to hear what you had. I bought sushi. I have to eat. Ooh, sushi's really good. Spicy tuna. I'm really hit or miss on tuna. I'm always appearing late, Sisterific. It's all good, man. You can watch the full show when I release the less janky, more digestible version in a day or two. Terrific said I already followed and subbed to the TikTok. Awesome. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. What is your favorite movie title? Title? Just like not the movie notwithstanding? Ooh. I do know. I know what my favorite title is. Oh man, I closed it already, didn't I? Shit. It's a movie I did a review of. Because it's such an out there title that they made the movie and called it this, and it's a more or less serious movie, but I thought it was gonna be a comedy. It's called I may be off by a word or two. It's called The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. I think that's what it's called. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. I mean, that is just you see that title. You don't even have to see like a cover or anything. You see a title that says The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot, and you're like, I mean, it's preordained. I have to watch that movie now. How do you not want to watch that? And I really thought it was going to be a fucking comedy, and it's not. It's like serious. It's a little surreal in some parts, but it's a serious fucking movie. And it was actually really good. It's got Sam Elliott in it. Sam Elliott and, what's the guy? The main character from Office Space. He's in it. And a couple other people. Oh, you're not kidding, terrific. Is that sarcastic? Antonio was interested in my dinner. I love talking about food, says Antonio. I had pizza. Hey, pizza's good. I haven't pizza in a while. I should probably make pizza tomorrow night. Short said yes. Terrific. Though with love. Always late, but worth the wait. Loving sarcasm the best. First, you have to cleanse your palate, as Jacob explained earlier. Then you have sushi. You do. Sushi would be something you would cleanse the palate with. Or you would... I mean, technically, what they teach you in culinary school is you should cleanse the palate after every section of each part of the meal, but most people don't do that. They do that in Italy a lot. Like, not necessarily Italians like here in the States. Some of them do, but like in Italy, that's a big thing, is palate cleansers and things like that. In France, too. And more refined eating. Oh, look at short coming in. I'm sweet as always. Terrific. Now, Jacob mentioned the proper way to cleanse your palate, former chef, and I mentioned the hood way by eating a block of cheese. Hey, man, don't worry. It's all good, man. I grew up in the hood, so it's I grew up in, like, hood. Like, this is fucking... I had an alley behind my house that ran, like, all the way down the block, and, like, the fucking ghetto called Gate City was, like, literally on the houses on the other side of the street. Hung out with a bunch of fucking hood rats. I thought I had a fairly good childhood. Some scary moments, but, you know, it was what it was. Have you heard of the cooking channel Townsend's? No, I have not. It's kind of like the artwork behind you. Huh? Oh. My dumbass looked. It's like, there's a green screen. What are you talking about? There is artwork behind the green screen. I always like this effect when you pull a green screen down. I think it looks pretty cool. Oh, wait, no, there's not. It's over there. On both sides, there's Elvis picture, big ass Elvis pictures on each side. My wife has that Elvis thing. I do though. I like that effect. It's like, I'm a simple man. I think that's a cool effect. But yeah, you said the artwork behind me. My dumbass looked behind me. I can see it right there. Government cheese, I'll mind you. Yeah, big ass white box and black letters says cheese. They got that shit no more, man. Like food stamps and welfare and shit and all that now, man. They get like legit stuff now. I see people at the grocery store eating better than me, and I'm like, damn. They bust out a fucking EBT card, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, you got like steaks and all this. I mean, I can buy that stuff, but Jesus, you got like all kinds of shit going on here, and I'm paying for that. And more power to them. Antonio said, "I'm hood rich out her." Sharp cheddar on deck. That was the only cheddar when I was a kid. Hell, I said Pirates of the Caribbean 3 and 4 were terrible. 3 was at World's End. Yeah, it wasn't good. Wasn't that? No, 2 was the one where Jack Sparrow died. 2 wasn't that great either. But they did. Pirates of the Caribbean movies got worse as they went on. 4 was 4 Mermaids? Was that the one where they, like, it had nothing to do? Yeah, because there's 5 of them, right? Because 4 was the one that was like it was like had nothing to do with the first 3, and then the 5th one came along and it tried to like tie it like went back into that. It was almost like the 5th one should have been the 4th one, and the 4th one should have been the 5th one, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I saw the 5th one, the last one, that kind of went back and tried to have those characters come back, and it just seemed, I don't know, it didn't catch me. I saw the 4th one in theaters, and I was just kind of like, well, okay, well, what is this? Where are my buttons? Oh. Yeah. I'm with you, Hell Knight. And the first Pirates of the Caribbean was awesome, though. That was a really good movie. Gore Verbinski. He made the second one, too. I don't know about the third one. I think he made all 3. He didn't make the later ones, I don't believe. Terrific's here just watching me trying to fall asleep. Well, I am here to... I'm your Ambien. Here to put you to sleep. Doesn't Ambien put you to sleep? I don't know. I think so. I don't really know. I don't take pills. Nothing wrong with them. I don't do pills that are good for me or bad for me. I got a pill thing. You're the champ. Makes it look like you're somewhere else. Tony said I work for the state, low key. I mean, what they were doing is a joke compared to what everyone gets now. Oh, yeah. In terms of stimuli. Yeah, man, I got a stimulus, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I wasn't gonna turn it down. I was more than happy to take it. You giving it out, I'll take it. With all my kids. It's not cactuses, it's cacti. It's stimuli. True that. I didn't even know there was a 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Yeah, it's like it went back and tried to be like or go back into the original story. It didn't go back into it. It was a continuation of the original, with those characters and everything. But like the 4th one was like total. I mean, Jack Sparrow was in it, but all the other characters, they weren't there. Like that whole story, like that story arc was done. Or we thought it was. The plural of cactus. Frozen or doing Naked and Afraid? Naked and Afraid, because I love being naked. In a heartbeat. That one don't scare me. I love being naked. Any opportunity I have to be naked, especially in public, I'm going to take it. That's no shit. There's a nudist colony around here. I'm going there. Not like to live, but like you can go like visit for like a weekend. I want to go so bad. I've been to a nude beach. Fucking loved it. I've stripped a bunch of places. Especially you get alcohol in me. Liquor. Beer, not so much. But liquor, clothes are coming off at some point, I guarantee it. They're at least going to attempt to come off. Yeah, I like being naked. Like running around in the fucking woods naked, that sounds like a good time to me. If I get, I want to buy a house out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and like have like be dependent like on my own power, like through solar and water, like hydro power and everything, and gather my own water from either a well or rainwater and stuff. I want to be like totally self-sufficient with the exception of like the internet because I can't make that. But I want to be totally self-sufficient. I want to be away from everybody, like far away where I can't see anybody, and I would be fucking naked all the time. Unless my kids were home, I wouldn't do it then. That's weird. But yeah, any other time, I would like walk around outside butt ass naked. I don't have a problem with people seeing me. It's just my kids. That's different. I have a pill thing too. Everyone read Dead Doctors Don't Lie. I guess Dead Doctors Don't Lie. That's a truth. Naked and Afraid, says Antonio. 21 days easily. How about this? Midsummer or The Green Room? Green Room. I liked Green Room. Midsummer, I liked parts of. I can't say I liked the movie as a whole. I thought it had some really interesting stuff going on. I thought the beginning of that movie was amazing. Like, that beginning was like, holy shit. So, it was made so well when it like went up through that house and everything. That was like some tension-filled, gut punch, like heart-wrenching shit. That was fucking amazing. But then everything after that, it was just kind of hit or miss. Some of it was just so kind of batshit crazy out there that's why I liked it. It had like a Wicker Man vibe going in a few spots, but well acted. That shit where they were like jumping off the cliff and stuff, that was like, what the fuck? And the whole thing in the end with the bear and all that shit, I was just like, the fuck is going on? This is so out there that I just can't stop watching it. I watched that with my kids. Well, I watched that with 3 of my kids, the older kids. But yeah, Green Room I actually kind of liked. I didn't think it was. I watched Green Room because I heard it was like fucking amazing. I didn't think it was fucking amazing, but I thought it was entertaining. It's got Patrick Stewart in it. It can't be that bad. Which movie would you rather be in real life? Oh. I thought we were just asking which one I liked. Which one would I rather be? Green Room. I feel like I'd have more of a chance in Green Room. It's just some skinheads. You get away from that situation, you're good. That other in Midsummer, I mean, you're like, you get away from that, where are you at? You're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You're not getting away from that. And them motherfuckers, there's a whole lot of them. And there's some cultist shit going on. They're going to sew your ass up in a fucking deer's ass or something like that and then burn you. That shit's fucking freaky. At least the neo-Nazi thing, they're just trying to fucking kill you. So, get a machete, defend yourself. I feel like I could do that. In terms of experiencing Frozen or a Saw trap? Damn. Which Frozen we talking? Are we talking like Disney Let It Go Frozen still, or are we talking Frozen where they're in the ski lift thing? I agree, Midsummer. Teach me how to talk about the Wicker Man. The Wicker Man's hilarious. That part where he runs up dressed up in that fucking bear costume and knocks the shit out of that woman. I laugh my ass off every time I see that shit. That is so fucking random. Green Room situation is oddly relevant to these times too. Yeah, there you go. See, I can't see it. I can see it. I would. The Green Room. It was a good movie, but man, that movie would have been a lot shorter if I was there. I would have killed every motherfucker in there. I'm not like a psychopath or a murderer or anything like that, but put in that situation, all them motherfuckers are dying, or I'm going out in a blaze of fucking fire. There ain't no like waiting over here. I mean, I'm talking shit. I might be huddled up in a fucking corner in that situation. I don't know. Not the bees. I love my eyes. I love my eyes. Yeah, Hell Night, you know what's up. You know which Frozen said Hell Night. Well, the one that I hate, the one that scares me the most is the fucking Let It Go Frozen. So that versus, what was the other movie? A Saw Trap? I'll take my chances with a fucking Saw Trap. Usually in Saw, though, if you follow the fucking rules and you're honest and you atone for your sins, you'll live. That's what his whole thing is all about, or supposed to be. Until that one guy took over, the police officer. He's no, not him. One of them, I can't remember. That shit got so convoluted. One of the characters started like getting more malicious and putting people in situations they couldn't get out of, or something like that. Or that was the storyline, at least. How do you feel about Don't Look Now? With that person in the end, in the red coat. Don't Look Now. That's the one with Gregory Peck, right? Where his daughter died and he keeps seeing her. That shit in the end, if that's that movie if that was the name of that movie, yeah, that shit in the end was fucked up. Like the whole time that's all going on, you're thinking one thing and then that happens and you're like, what the fuck? It's kind of like The Orphan. Short said, okay, affiliate kick again by melatonin. See everybody tomorrow night. All right, Short, I'm getting out of here too. Peace out. See you tomorrow evening. Okay. Let It Go, my worst night. Yes, it is. I fucking hate that fucking piece of shit movie. It's fucking soulless, manufactured bullshit. Hate it. It stands for everything wrong in the world. Okie dokie. Outro time, everybody, and then I'm out of here. He chased the killer of his child. Yeah. I remember that movie being pretty good. I haven't seen that in a long time, but I remember that being a pretty good movie. Now, I mean, it was all based around that ending. The ending was what really sold it. When it was like that. It was like a little woman in the red coat, I think, that he'd been seeing the whole time, but it wasn't her. Spoiler alert. All right. I'm going to do my little outro here and I'm out of here, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow night as I throw on the headset and play Five Nights at Freddy's, and hopefully it's smoother than that. I don't know why. I'm looking at it right now, man. I'm looking at both my OBSs are green. This one's, my output on this one OBS is 50,000. like from my main computer. My stream computer is at 7,000 and it's green. So it's like, it's having no problem doing that. It's outputting that. So that is well over what YouTube needs. That's almost double. No, that is more than double what YouTube says it needs to have a consistent, excellent stream. So I'm outputting everything they need. I guess it's just my internet, man. I don't know. Internet's been kind of weird here the past, couple of weeks. I guess it's weather. I don't know. It's probably just fucking Comcast. It's Comcastic. Oh, I'm not going to forget. I still rather deal with Let It Go than the Penguin in Batman Returns. That's you, man. You hit me with a good one there. I don't know. Between those two, oof, they've both scarred me for life. Night, terrific. Five Nights at Freddy's VR. Yes, VR. I'm doing that tomorrow night. Attempting it. I know I can. I streamed it privately the other night for 15 minutes just to make sure it worked. And it went off without a hitch. It worked perfectly. So I don't see any reason why it shouldn't work tomorrow night. If it doesn't, it's totally fucking, it's either YouTube or Comcast. It ain't me. So I don't know. But I'm looking at my stream right now, and from my perspective, I could be wrong because sometimes I see shit differently than you guys do. From my perspective, it looks like it's real jittery, but it says it's an excellent connection. So, I don't know. But there's been times it said that, and I'm looking at it, and it looks like shit, but then later on I'll review it, and it's fine. But there's been other times that I review it and I'm like, oh my God, that was a fucking mess. Hey, Antonio, thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. The champ, Jar the Champ, I appreciate that. All right, here we go. And I'm out. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I forgot what I said last time. Okay, there's it. Thanks for checking out this episode of the JARcast Movie Podcast. I really appreciate it. Check it out every Wednesday. Fuck that up. Fucking hell. Thanks for checking out this week's episode of the JARcast. Episode 10. I made it through 10 of these things now, so that's pretty cool. I do have some big plans for next week. Hopefully I have something coming. If everything works out, it's going to be a little bit of a different show next week, but in a very good, positive way. We'll see. Now, if you would like to check this out live, I shoot it live with an audience, not a studio audience, but a stream audience. I live stream it every Tuesday night at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Nope, 7 o'clock Pacific Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, p.m. on Tuesday nights. Come check it out, speak in the chat. We talk, we go on for quite a while, and then I cut it down to get this that you're seeing here. If you're interested in hearing the audio version and you're not already, check this out on all major audio podcast platforms such as Google Play, Spotify, iTunes, etc. If it isn't on one that you do prefer, just let me know, shoot me a message, and I can do what I can to get it on there. That's about all I got. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I really appreciate it. Check out the channel. Lots of reviews coming. Plus, check out my new JAR 60 short version channel I got going on. And, of course, my TikTok. Hit those subscribe, likes, follows, all those bells and whistles and stuff that you do in this social media age that we live in. And I will see all you guys next week. Thanks. Forgot to hit the button, but I can edit that in. I don't remember where the button is. I moved it. There it is. At your funeral, they're going to play Let It Go. Oh, no. Only if they hate me and bury you with a copy of the 4K. Ah, you're terrible, Hell Knight. You're terrible. Don't give them ideas. All right, guys. I appreciate it for real. Hope you guys come by and see the Retro Wednesday tomorrow night. And we will have... Is this just JARcast on those platforms? Yeah. Terrific. If you go to like Spotify and all that, you just type in JARcast. I've had some people say they had issues on iTunes locating it, so I'm working on that. So if you're looking for it on iTunes and you have trouble, it might show up. I've heard some people say that they found it, and then some people say that they had trouble. By some people, there's like 3 people, but I know for a fact it shows up in Google and on, of course, YouTube Music if you do that, and also Spotify. Spotify is what I use, so I see it on there all the time. But yeah, check that out. I'd appreciate it. Especially since you missed it tonight. You want to hear all this stuff? It'll be there. There's every other episode's already up there. But what? He's doing his own editing. Definitely. Yes, I am. Oh, definitely. I absolutely am. All right, guys. I will see you guys, those of you that can make it tomorrow night. If you can't make it, I'll see you next week. Appreciate it. Look forward to some reviews and other stuff. I'm finally, slowly but surely getting back on track. So, I should be on my regular. I said this last week too, but now I am back on my regular schedule. So, more reviews coming soon. See you guys then. Peace, love, chicken grease. I'm out of space.